Hello everybody, how we doing? Hello VCC TV. Hello Kyryu. Hello Drago. Hello Ryla. Hello Ashley. Hello Roro. Hello Danny Garden. How you been? Haven't seen you around for a hot minute. I love the mannequin dungeon. We all do. Hello Punky Gal. Hello Mannequin. Hello Gamer G. Hello Robber Adset. I am not feeling super well. The secret streamer dungeon. I'm not feeling super well. My head feels like it's buzzing with bees. Luckily I'm not congested, but my head feels like it's buzzing with bees, and like I had a team of guys beat the shit out of me last night. So yeah. Not the bees, yeah. So Baldur's Gate and chill. Unfortunately, Dragovich Recordis, Donald Trump had to go and leak nuclear secrets to an Australian billionaire, so we have to talk about that. But if we get through everything, I'm either going to play Baldur's Gate or I'm going to play Armored Core 6. So either of those are on the table. Did you get VidConitis? I did not go to VidCon. Holy, huh? Oh yeah, you're reacting to the what I just casually dropped. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get to it. Don't you guys worry. Hey, Adored Gosling, how you doing? Hope you had a good day. Also, just so you know, no one else can see what you're saying. But I do hope you had a good day. Let's see, I heard the story. Assumed it was an exaggeration. Nope. Honestly, I don't really care if you show up and call me a fag like every 10 minutes. Go for it. I just, honestly, all I'm wishing is in the 10 minutes between when you show up to, like, you know, call me a fag, I'm wishing that you come up with, like, something better to do with your life that is more fulfilling and, you know, doesn't alienate all the people you love from you. So, you know, what a fucking loser, right? They're coping and seething. It's true. Yeah, the mods are... Look, I don't have to do a goddamn thing. I have mods who will absolutely ban you for using slurs against me. The dick shitter has returned? Yep. Somehow, the dick shitter has returned. 10 out of 10 writing. Paladin! You have no idea how much I enjoy banning chuds. Well, I'm glad you get a kick out of it. Oh, so shit dicks are just a joke to them. They haven't suffered like I've suffered. I know the real pain of shit dicks. When you've got dedicated haters, that means you've made it. True. Unfortunately, they don't come with a pay raise, so I just kind of passively absorb, you know, ever-growing amounts of hatred. I just want to send his messages to his mom and see how he feels. Yeah, you know, mom, place of employment, you know, any potential girlfriends, boyfriends.
Just took a couple gummies and I'm sailing.
Hell yeah, Catalina Gearbox. Congratulations on the voyage. Need the Jesse Ventura. You were there. I was doing shit dicks in the gut of Tonkin, the Navy SEALs. Oh, you think dick shit is your ally, but you merely adopted the shit. I was born in it. Molded by it. You don't obsess that much over fecal phalli unless it's a fetish. Always good to see your face in the YouTube stream list. Thank you. Well, Bruno Surge, thank you for coming on over. Haters are a sign of streamer status. True. True. I didn't clean off my dick until I was a man. Molded by the shit dick. Oh, God. And by then it was nothing to me, but blinding. We have so much to talk about tonight. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. How you doing? It's not about the shit dick. It's about sending a message. Hey, Susie Candy. All right, I've started making a habit of just like kind of loading the stream up at the beginning with just some like fun memery stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be a good way to start stream. We're gonna talk about some video games. We're gonna go over just a fun little video about superstition. One word therapy. I go to therapy, my dude. I think you need to take your own advice on that one, guy. Because if you tell any therapist that you're just going online and shouting slurs at people, they're gonna want to fucking talk to you for a very long time. That's basically their bread and butter right there. You're like the perfect candidate for therapy. Also, again, I don't have to ban you. Other people can ban you. That's fine. If it's not Baldur's, then I don't care. Oh, Drago, I'm sorry. That's it. I've had it with this motherfucking shit on this motherfucking dick. God. All right, now, chat. To get us started today, I came across this video, and I just gotta say, it speaks to me. It speaks to me on a certain level, you know? Because, like, I don't believe in, like, ghosts, or, like, demons, or, like, evil spirits, or anything like that. But at the same time, I'm not gonna fuck with a Ouija board. You know, like, I don't believe in that stuff, but also just on the probably non-existent percentage point chance that it's going to invite something into my life, I'm not gonna fuck with a Ouija board. I don't believe in ghosts, don't believe in demons, but you know, not gonna fuck with a Ouija board. And I just came across this video that really spoke to me on that one. Except this one's about Irish people, and I felt that like a kindred spirit. All right, here we go.
Oh, you guys are lucky. I gotta say, this country, it's just so beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, what's that? That's one of those old fairy forts, I think.
Oh, a fairy fort.
Anyway, we keep moving.
You don't believe in that stuff, do you?
What, believe in the fairies?
No.
Yeah.
No, that's a load of old people stuff.
So stupid.
Anyway, we keep moving.
Hey, let's have a look.
Ah, no.
Wow, look at that. It's just a pile of old stones. You know what? I think I might take one,
What?
bring it home with me, right?
No, no, don't do that.
I'm gonna do it.
Don't
I
stop.
love this back home.
Don't do that.
What?
It's just, I wouldn't do that, okay? I wouldn't do that if I were you.
It's just a stone.
This time of year,
What do you mean this time of year?
I just wouldn't. I wouldn't.
I thought you said you didn't believe in any of that
I
garbage.
don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. It's just, why mess with it? Just
I mean,
leave it
come
alone.
on. What's gonna happen?
They could take away your voice. They can make everyone you know forget who you are. They can make your arse your face and your face your arse, okay? So just leave it alone.
And what do the fairies look like?
I don't know. They're supposed to be like humans, but just like smaller, slider, with very like vivid eyes.
You mean like jockeys?
Yeah, exactly like jockeys.
Let's get out of
Yeah,
here.
I know.
But no, like seriously, like that's me to a T. Like I know it's just cardboard. It's just a cardboard like board game for children. And yet at this time of year with these skies, nah, I'm not going to mess with the Ouija board. That was actually enlightening, wasn't it? I thought we could have just like a little chat about that and talk about how it resonates. But yeah, also just don't fuck with the Fae folk. The Fae folk like are the conception of fairies is very bland in America generally. Like the idea of like, oh, it's like a Tinkerbell. Nah, dog. Nah. Fairies are gonna like you mess with them, they like come out of like all ethereal dimensions to like steal your children and then like turn your insides into shoelaces. Like it's just weird shit. Like that's their entire bag is like, yes, you made a deal with the Fae folk and they'll leave you alone, but in exchange, you have to leave out 12 bags of barley. Otherwise, they're going to come and steal your wife. And then if you continue to renege on the deal, they'll steal all of your children's teeth. Like, it's something weird. It's something very weird.
Let the ghosts come. I will trap them, dissect them, and sell what's left to the highest bidder.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Catalina Gearbox. Okay, so we bought and refurbished a house where a woman Robloxed herself via stove gas. A few things survived, and one was completely undamaged. A Ouija board. I refused to fuck with that thing, like everything else around it was burned. Yeah. What did you do with it? Did you like go and bury it in the woods? I feel like that's almost worse. Ayo. Left it when we moved. Very weird indeed. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no sleep. BCCTV, are you a ghost? Do you like the idea of ascribing personhood to parts of nature if it instills reverence for the environment? They'll possess you and then they'll have you work in the hellscape for you. I mean, that sounds like a plus for me. Bustin' makes me feel good. Okay. Next up, we have maybe one of the coolest ideas for a video game I've ever seen in my life. Now, I know you guys got really excited when we went over just like a gameplay preview of VA Proxy, where you could parry a nuke, which is just one of the coolest things I've ever even conceived of. This is an idea I never could have come up with, but it looks so cool. Okay? And it's a game called Dino Sword. And it is everything you would expect from a game named Dino Sword. That's right. You're a dinosaur with a sword, fighting other dinosaurs with swords. It's so cool. Immediately Game of the Year material. Obviously, it's still in production, and it's just being made by one guy. It's just being made by one guy, but, like, even so, that's so cool. That's so cool. I'm gonna be looking forward to this one for a very long time. For anyone wondering who's making this game, this is being made by Gene Nagu. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible with this specific last name. Nagayan? At Gene Animate on Twitter. They're a senior gameplay animator at Sucker Punch Productions, which is the studio that made Ghosts of Tsushima, Infamous, Sly Cooper, etc. Dude knows how to make good games. It's pronounced Win. Gene Win. Man, I never would have come up with that one. Sorry, Gene. I'm just really bad at names. Anyway, I thought that was really cool, and I wanted to share it with you. And also, this is tied up there with maybe one of the best things I've seen recently. There's a game coming out called Another's Crab Treasure. Which is you play as a crab fighting other crabs to get their treasures. And, well, it has a bunch of accessibility options in it that I think you guys are going to very, very much enjoy. Let's take a look at that one real quick.
This Crab Souls-like is going viral for its easy mode option, and it's not what you'd think it'd be. Another Crab Treasure is a fresh take on the Souls-like genre that features a healthy list of accessibility toggles, which allow...
No, just real quick. You can just strap a gigantic handgun on a crab and one-shot everything in the game.
Not what you'd think it'd be. Another Crab Treasure is a fresh take on the Souls-like genre that features a healthy list of accessibility toggles, which allow players to up the forgiveness of things like dodge roll, invincibility, HP levels, and a gun. A big gun. That's right. If you're ever feeling too frustrated with the game or just need a moment to de-stress, you can give Krill a gun that will one-shot anything with the press of a button. Yes, even bosses. Because why shouldn't you be allowed to have fun in a video game? And if you're not really about the gun life, there are plenty of other wacky shells to try on and use. For example, the tin can gives you a skill that electrocutes enemies that hit your shell, while the little red cup lets you access Drunken Claw, which is an attack buff that worsens your dodge roll. Another Crab Treasure is planned for release in 2024, but if you want to jump the gun on giving it a try, a free demo is available now on Steam. This Crab Souls-like is going
10 out of 10. Go try it out. Who needs courage when you've got a gun? That crab has a gun. Okay, we've got one more. This just looks nice. This is by Brainwashed Gang. And it's for a game called Laika Aged Through Blood. Which just looks like a really good time. Like, I'm not gonna lie. You're driving, it's 2D side scroller, driving a motorcycle. but with gunplay, and it looks gorgeous. So with that, here we go.
To cover for a lifetime, to cover for our sins, for the good we have done at the end of the
I told you guys, it's really pretty and incredibly violent.
We've done enough and nothing else matters.
Next Cuphead right here. Yeah, you gotta get your little fox baby to safety. Fox mommy, I mean what? Yeah, I gotta share stuff with you guys. When I see this cool stuff, I'm like, ooh, I could share that with stream. That baby must be EP to sleep through the gunfire. Yeah, no kidding. Maybe like sound canceling earbuds or something. Oh, and then I mentioned this briefly last night, but this is just, Rudy Giuliani just isn't serious news anymore. He's just crashing and burning, and this is just for funsies. He's suing Joe Biden because he is blaming Joe Biden for ruining his own reputation. He's saying that Joe Biden is personally responsible for the downfall of his legal empire. And that's just very funny, dude. Like, the only person responsible for that is you, my guy. But here's him giving a short press conference about why he's suing the president of the United States.
Thank you, everybody. It's a typical New York Times malicious lie. I do not have an alcohol problem. I have never had an alcohol problem. And the reason I told you what I achieved is nobody could have achieved that if they did. When the hell was I drinking? I was working 24 hours a day. It's a big damn lie by a newspaper that's a disgrace and by a reporter who covered me, used to cover me very, very, in a very glowing way, and now is vicious and mean in what she does.
Thank you.
And it's my press conference.
This reporter used to be nice to me, and now she's not.
Vicious and mean. And if it weren't for the protections that the press gets with Times Against Sullivan, I mean, she should be sued for libel. She should also be thrown out of the profession for being a damn liar. But that's okay.
Thank you, everybody.
It's a tip.
Just like, dude, take the L, my guy. Focus on the fact that you are currently in the deepest legal shit you can possibly imagine. It's almost as if you squandered all of your goodwill from 9/11 by being a massive hack fraud with bad hair dye. Yeah, no kidding. And that brings us into the period where we slowly begin to talk about actual politics. Now, folks, as we all know, and as I've covered extensively in the past, Donald Trump took nuclear state secrets with him when he went to Mar-a-Lago. We know that he stored them in bathrooms. We know that he stored them on stage in front of where crowds could easily see them and reach them. He stored them on a stage in an event hall that was used multiple times while the documents were still there, completely unsecured. And we know that many, many, many people had access to these, again, documents that are some of the most classified things in the world. And we thought that was the extent of it. I mean, like, that alone, right, is if any one of us, if any normal person had taken those documents and just left them negligently around, we would be like hunted down and shot by like the black ops of the US government, okay? Like it would not be good. That's how serious this is. But it turns out he didn't just store the documents with negligence and he also just blatantly shared that information. Now, a lot of you will be familiar with the interview he was giving to the people editing and writing his book, and how bad that was. Because again, he just went over information. He showed them documents that they were not supposed to see, and that was also very bad. But apparently there was another leak that we are only just finding about now, and it's really bad. Like, really, really bad. In 2021, an investigation has revealed that Donald Trump revealed information about the United States nuclear submarine fleet to an Australian billionaire who was at Mar-a-Lago, including like the amount of ordnance equipped to each submarine, where they traveled, etc., etc., etc. And that Australian billionaire has since gone on to tell so many more people. And this is another just huge thing. And again, I've been telling you guys since a lot of this information's like started coming to light, and since these investigations have developed and these court cases have been levied, I've been telling you Donald Trump is not going to come out of this okay. Like, these are lines that you cannot cross, even if you are a former or even current president. If you're currently the president and you just happen to reveal nuclear state secrets to a random guy from another country, you're I'm sorry, you're not above the law in that respect. But here's just a brief recap from CBS Evening News.
America's submarine fleet is known as the Silent Service. The technology and capabilities of the nuclear ships are among some of the country's closest kept secrets. And now there's an explosive report that former President Donald Trump shared those secrets with a foreign citizen, Australian billionaire Anthony Pratt. Well, tonight, CBS's Catherine Herridge talks to Trump's former defense secretary about the risks of discussing that kind of classified information.
Anthony is one of the most successful men in the world, perhaps Australia's most successful man, as they say.
CBS News has learned that discussions between Australian billionaire Anthony Pratt and former President Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago were probed by special counsel investigators after allegations that Trump may have shared potentially sensitive information about U.S. nuclear submarines. First reported by ABC News, that information may have included the number of nuclear warheads and how close U.S. submarines can get to enemy subs without detection. While some information is publicly available,
how it includes how close these submarines, like how stealthy our submarines are, how many nukes they have, what they can do to defend themselves. Like, bro just like pulled out a blueprint, was like, hey, I'm just gonna go over this for you real quick for no reason.
Former military officials tell CBS News the subs locations are the crown jewels of U.S. national security.
It's just another example of him being careless, if not reckless, with our most sensitive secrets.
It's also alleged Pratt may have then shared the submarine information with other Australians.
Except it is like highly confidential secret.
Earlier this year, CBS News obtained an audio tape where former President Trump discussed a classified military attack plan on Iran at his New Jersey golf club.
What's the potential ripple effect for national security?
With each telling of the story, people get far less concerned about being discreet or about protecting information.
On Truth Social, Trump called the new claims, quote, false and ridiculous. A spokesman for Pratt's company did not immediately respond. Sources tell CBS News there's no indication that Trump showed Pratt sensitive records, and no charges have been brought by the special counsel. Nora.
Yeah, guys, this is...
We turn now to an ABC News exclusive involving former President Trump and nuclear secrets. Sources telling ABC News an Australian billionaire who was friends with Trump has told special counsel Jack Smith's team that the former president shared potentially sensitive information about America's nuclear submarines while at Mar-a-Lago and after Donald Trump left the White House. ABC News learning that billionaire allegedly then shared those U.S.
Yeah, Ashley can attest to this. This isn't like, you know, in the echelons of information that is classified. This is information that you know, a number of people you can count on one hand have access to, and now it's floating around.
Nuclear secrets with dozens of others, including foreign officials, even his own employees. Here's Jonathan Carl.
An Australian billionaire and member of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club has told special counsel Jack Smith's team that the former president told him potentially sensitive information.
Yeah, so this is the other element that we really needed to get to here. This billionaire sang to the FBI, which means that his admissions to the FBI constitute information that is going to be brought up in court. He's done, chat. This is people in chat are saying potentially treason. This is I have no idea. There's no precedent for this, of course, but you know, he was not authorized to be able to release that information or talk about that ever. You know, that's the kind of thing you memory hole as a president, just so you just never reveal it. I don't. Again, when all is said and done here, chat, his business empire is going to be dead. His person is going to be in the deepest, darkest cell we have. And he's gonna build. He's gonna dig the hole all the way to it.
About the capabilities of America's nuclear submarines. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News. The alleged disclosure took place at Mar-a-Lago in April 2021, months after Trump left the White House. The billionaire, Anthony Pratt of U.S.-based Pratt Industries, then shared the information with scores of others, including more than a dozen foreign officials, several of his own employees, and a handful of journalists.
Yeah. So, this guy, they found him because he would not shut up about the most classified information in the world that he was just brazenly sharing. And since his company is based in the US, when the FBI came knocking, he sang. He told them everything, chat. He told them everything. Yeah, there are multiple corroborating witnesses, and honestly, given the fact that he shared this information with foreign officials, they probably were like, you're going to tell us everything you know, or we are going to send you to prison for a very long time for violating our laws. And if we can't do it legally, we're gonna have the CIA do it and take you to a black site. You know, this, again, when we're talking about this, when we're talking about national security issues of this caliber, you know, If they can't do what they need to do via, the legal system, the traditional legal system, then they're going to operate outside of it. Like, you can say, oh, but you have a right to a fair trial in the United States. I mean, that's true, and right up until you're fucking around with nuclear secrets. Yeah.
According to the sources familiar with the matter, Pratt has been close to Trump for years.
Anthony is one of the most successful men in the world. Perhaps Australia's most successful man, as they say.
According to sources, Pratt told investigators
Also, this man just does not look well.
That when Trump told him the sensitive information, the former president was leaning towards him as if to be discreet, allegedly sharing two critical pieces of information about U.S. nuclear subs: the supposed exact number of nuclear warheads they routinely carry, and exactly how close they supposedly can get to a Russian submarine without being detected. The specific capabilities of America's nuclear submarines is a tightly guarded national security secret. Sources tell ABC News that no sooner had Trump shared the information with Pratt, the Australian billionaire started telling other people. Those sources tell ABC that one of Trump's former employees at Mar-a-Lago told investigators that minutes after Trump spoke to Pratt, he heard the Australian telling someone else what Trump had told him.
He literally couldn't hold on to that information for longer than 10 minutes.
In all, Pratt described what the former president had told him in emails and in conversations with at least 45 others, including...
Holy shit, dude. He just couldn't stop talking about it. This sounds like a crime. Well, LB, yeah. The thing is, Pratt would absolutely be prosecutable for sharing this information, but I'm guessing they're not going to prosecute him specifically because he sang. And they're going to use that information to take down the former president.
6 journalists, 11 of his company's employees, 10 Australian officials, and 3 former Australian prime ministers, the sources told ABC News. The potential disclosure was uncovered as part of the investigation into Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents, the sources told ABC News. But there is no indication that Trump showed the Australian any of those classified documents. It's unclear if the information Trump allegedly shared with Pratt was accurate, but ABC News was told the investigators asked Pratt not.
Yeah, they're not going to confirm. They're not going to confirm whether or not that's accurate. But guessing it's close enough to accurate that this is becoming a story, right?
To repeat it, suggesting it was too sensitive to share. Although there is no indication that this involved classified documents, it gets to how Trump treated sensitive military secrets. And an indication of how Jack Smith sees this, his investigators have spoken to that Australian billionaire at least twice. Tonight, there is no comment from Donald Trump or from that billionaire, Anthony Pratt. David?
Jonathan Carl and our investigative team working this story. John, thanks as always. Amid the chaos on Capitol Hill, meanwhile, the Speaker of the House, of course, ousted.
Oh yeah. Also, in the middle of all of this, the far right, fascist wing of the Republican Party is basically arguing that Donald Trump should become Speaker of the House. Oh my god, dude. It's really bad, guys. It's really bad. Bad week for the conservatives? True. Great week for not conservatives. But the New York Times looked into this as well, and apparently someone who is working the case right now told the New York Times that Pratt is among more than 80 people tapped by prosecutors to be possible witnesses to testify in court against Trump. So this is something that's going to be huge. Absolutely colossal. And just real quick, in case you guys really don't understand the severity of this, in terms of like America's nuclear capabilities, right? Our nuclear submarines are essentially one of the core elements of like nuclear deterrence, right? Because for the most part, a lot of superpowers know where the United States land-based missile systems are, and know that like, oh, the United States has like stealth bombers and transportation aircraft that are able to deploy nuclear weapons. And they know roughly where the airfields for those are, you know? The one thing they don't know are how to locate nuclear submarines, which is what basically allows the United States to ensure kind of a mutually assured destruction scenario. So, yeah, this is the kind of information that could potentially jeopardize like the balance of nuclear power on the planet in a way that could be, you know, potentially catastrophic. Yeah, they're one of the three legs and the most covert. Exactly, Achita CDN. Yeah. Apparently, Mike Lindell owes his lawyers a fortune. They're refusing to defend him in the Smartmatic case. Yeah, his entire legal team quit on him. Hello? Hello? 1 second. BRB. Hello, I'm back. I had to, I thought I heard someone on the stairs, and I did. It was my partner. And then I had to use the bathroom. So, multiple birds with one stone. Yeah, if we could figure out ways to make the mannequin move, it would really freak out all of us out, including me. All right. Oh, yay. All right, folks. So now it's time. It's time for us to do something that I was really not looking forward to doing. Getting the last of these queued up Twitch subs before I migrate. Oh, Solazar, well, thank you for being subscribed for 30 months. That's crazy. Also, chat, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider dropping some subs or donos. So far, I think Solazar and Catalina Gearbox are holding the coveted positions of having supported stream today. Something you're more afraid of than Hassan and Jenk debating? Well, I wasn't afraid of that. We got through it, okay? But yes, I am more afraid. Not afraid. I just really didn't want to do this. So there's a channel on YouTube, chat, called Corridor Crew. And it's based off the success of another YouTube channel called Corridor. And basically, the Corridor guys, they judge and talk about special effects, and they critique them. They talk about how different effects were achieved. Generally, pretty well respected, well liked channel.
Fine then, take my boo-woo.
Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Saman Moose. And Kairu, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs.
Yay for seeing mommy's butt.
I mean, in sweatpants, it's really not that spectacular. Did they dip into the Chud/Manosphere grift? No. I mean, as far as I know, no. But what they did is they leaned into AI image generation tech to create an anime and of rock paper scissors, and I hate that concept a lot. I hate the concept of AI generated art. I hate the concept of AI generated animation. For me, part of the magic of animation is, drawing out or even modeling out, the different movements and bringing these still things to life, and they essentially said, fuck all that shit, and got rid of it. And they made a sequel anime that released about a month ago. And we're going to watch it real quick. And then we're going to go over their next attempt to revolutionize art design by using AI models to make video game faces more realistic. And I hate it. I hate it so much. So here we go. Here's Anime Rock, Paper, Scissors 2. Let's take a look, okay? By the way, just as an FYI, if you want to see an anime do the concept of rock, paper, scissors, just watch Kaiji. Just watch the anime Kaiji. There's already an anime about rock, paper, scissors, and it's called Kaiji. There's an entire arc in Kaiji about rock, paper, scissors. Go watch Kaiji. What's going on in that frame? Nothing good. Oh my goodness, Ashley!
Time to get ready to haunt. BWA.
Thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. You guys are really coming through with the BWA today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you
oh my God,
the divinely chosen ruler of Lagovia, King Philip!
But guys, like, it misses the point. I don't even care if it looked good. I would still hate this, like, in concept and in execution. What is this animation? It's basically rotoscoped, with an AI model, creating. You know, like the AI image generators that have like a lady dancing. But like everything is like changing all the time because it's AI generated. They basically found out a way to like smooth out the weirdness of those animations. Oh god, my god, it's AI. Yeah, it's AI with like a few live action actors, but like all of the animation over them is AI generated.
This is boring. I can't believe Father is making us hunt for our own food.
Philip, quiet. Father brought us here to teach us a valuable lesson.
Kill it with fun. I'm sorry, I'm having like a guttural reaction to this. This is I'm having like this went into the uncanny valley so fast. And I want my instinct is to kill whatever this is. Because they're clearly having adults and then trying to make like child faces over them.
Listen, can't you see?
Today you must embark on a hunt. To develop as rulers of this realm, you too must participate and learn the craft.
Yes, sir. What should we catch?
1 hare each.
So you can tell basically like the backgrounds are usually seem to be like static images, but like the animation over the actors is just constantly terrible and at odds with the background.
Let me down.
Shouldn't be too hard, right? 1 hare each. Wait, freeze. Do you see one? Quiet.
Not so hard, is it, Jules? How much farther are we going?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, a scanner darkly used just rotoscope animation, which, like, just do that. You know? Like, but again, even if this looked good, which it doesn't, it's an abomination, the concept happening here of just, like, completely doing away with, like, the concept of, like, drawing the animation and or like modeling the movements and like doing the 3D animation, I hate it conceptually. Yeah, the script is also just completely awful to the point where I'm wondering if it's also AI generated as a script.
To have to walk. Just give it up, Jules. The rest of the hares ran away.
Just a little bit further. I'm sure there's one around here somewhere.
Afraid you'll let down Father? It's late. We should head back, or the darkness will swallow us.
What?
Did you see that? Ha! You were correct after all.
That was my hair!
Now I've got two, and you have none. Father will be so proud.
Please, give me one, just to carry back.
No.
I must show Father that I'm as capable to rule as my brother. I don't dare to return to Father with only shame carried in my hands. Wait a minute. My hands. That's it. Do you remember what Father taught us about holy combat?
Just real quick. Can we just look at these fucking hands, dude? The lines in the hands moving.
That's it.
Oh god.
Do you remember what Father taught us about
It's like there's something living under their skin.
holy combat?
You mean the game kings play?
For the hair? For Father's blessing? I challenge you to rock, paper, craft blades!
I don't want to.
But you must agree! If a person of the same status challenges you, you must accept! We are both princes! You cannot refute the call! Those are the rules!
Fine. And if I win?
What do you desire?
How about your soul?
My soul for a single hair? But of course he knows he can wager so high. Father's judgment looms over us. We're twins! I know Father loves us equally, but with each passing lesson, I feel myself sinking further from his...
This is written like someone who thinks they're doing anime tropes, but clearly doesn't watch anime.
good graces. But what good is fatherly love in the eyes of love eternal? Without the Holy Spirit that binds us, I'll be worthless, doomed to roam an empty planet as an apostate when rapture strikes.
What say you, brother?
What? The rapture is a thing in this setting?
Shoot!
You lose! Come on! The servants must be preparing a feast for the great hunters. Let's go home!
Jules, are you unwell? You're so pale and haven't eaten a thing. Philip, what has happened to your brother? Maid! The young prince has fallen ill!
His soul is completely gone.
Impossible! Jules, my son! Jules!
My people, on this day, the 1-year anniversary of my coronation, I bring forth a token of peace!
But like Dragon Ball Z Abridged, the meme jokes are funny. All of this is like thinking it's meme jokes. I think, but the entirety of it is just baffling.
Given to me by none other than the barbarian king himself. This token of peace means their attacks will come to an end. Look at them, so complacent and happy. Ruling is so easy. Peace, war, what's the difference anyway? Now they're in the palm of my hand, ready to obey my every order. Jules? Do my eyes betray me?
Philip, you knew I would return to claim what is rightfully mine.
Greetings, brother. The mark on your head.
Ha! Still recognize me?
What?
I'm no longer the kind soul I once pretended to be. I've trained for 1 whole year in the Order of the Crossed Blades.
This is my moment. No turning back.
I challenge you to... No! You dare refuse the call to holy combat? You must accept!
Do you not remember, brother? We are no longer of the same status. I am now a king, and you are not. I need not accept challenges from peasants. But by all means, go challenge one of the servants. Maybe they'll entertain your delusions.
1 year later, and you're as cowardly as ever. No true king rejects the call for holy combat.
Only when a true king challenges me. Guards! After him at once!
What?
Do not let him escape. I want him in chains. My brother embarrasses me on the anniversary of my coronation, no less.
Philip, I know this night was important to you, but you saw what Exile has done to him. What do you expect? He's your twin, after all, and he's been through a lot. You have a kingdom to rule, not a score to settle.
Elizabeth, my love, you keep the gates to my heart open. The people would suffer without you.
You flatter me, my love. Let us head home. We've had enough revelry for one evening.
Oh my god, it's not even half over. Fuck me. Oh my god.
Father's grave. He taught me everything, but now that I stand here, I'm filled with questions.
That was only 7 minutes.
Father, I need your wisdom. I have never questioned your love for me, but I begin to question the love of our Creator. Fate forces my hand!
Do you guys think there was an editing process for this script? Do you think that they like... Because to me, this reads like a script where nobody was there to say, maybe we shouldn't. You know, maybe cut out this entire monologue.
To lose every battle! Have I been cursed since that rueful day when my boyish folly turned into cosmic sin? Have I not proven myself yet? Fate, if you're really there, guide me and I will follow!
If I must be a king to challenge him, then so be it. I shall not see him again until I wear a crown of my own. I must find a kingdom in need of a king.
I, King Goto, have come to avenge my kingdom. You have forced my subjects into submission, but I will not submit.
What
you raid
the
my
fuck
lands
is happening?
and then call your spoils for a token of peace. The only peace you brought to my people were quiet graves. As their leader, it is my duty to personally share your vision of peace with you.
Oi! Keep the doors closed tonight! King's orders!
Yeah, this gives real NFT energy. Kropotkin's Lope. That is the most accurate thing about this I have seen so far.
I am a guest of the king.
No further guests allowed tonight. King's orders.
Oh, really? I have written permission right here.
Huh.
Got him. I am but a vessel sent out to sea. Let the winds of fate carry me to my enemy, and let my enemy's lust bring their gaze upon the holy symbol of death, which I carry by.
Can we just take a moment to wonder what's going on with his muscles here? Just real quick. Like, look at his pecs. Look at how they like. Again, all of this is like there's a creature living under their skin. You know, it freaks me the fuck out.
These lust bring their gaze upon the holy symbol of death, which I carry by my side.
Yeah, his abs are constantly generating abs.
Oh, blimey. That was my last match.
Looks like you need a hand. Do you need a light?
Oh, I suppose so. Thank you.
Here you go.
Or you could have, you know, like shortened that to like, instead of looks like you need a hand, do you need a light? You could just be like, need a light. Like, you could just... Wait, also, just real quick.
You need a hand. Do you need a light?
Oh, I suppose so. Thank you.
Here you go.
You can literally see in the animation where you can see the muscle suit they had the actor wear. You can literally see the muscle suit here. No, the script isn't bad on purpose. It's genuinely not.
Got him.
A barbarian in the castle? Stop! You're under arrest!
Fine. Put me in shackles.
The barbarian king? Elizabeth, look me in the eyes!
What's happening?
Let your eyes gaze upon me and nothing else.
My eyes gaze upon none but you, my lord.
Yes, but if you falter for even a moment now, it will spell your doom.
Your judgment is upon you, King Philip.
I mean, like, conceptually, if you're gonna be doing this entire concept anyway, this is quite funny. But like the delivery of this is terrible. They're doing the, like, you know, made you look punch. You know, oh, you looked at the little circle I made, punch.
Philip, gaze into the symbol of death and die with honor.
Does he think I'll give in to his little trick? Ha! Clearly he's never faced a mind like mine. But Elizabeth, sweet Elizabeth, gentle and pure, her heart and her mind are wide open. How else could her smile be an effortless delight to all who are graced by her presence? Like a butterfly, she dances upon the air, but also much like a butterfly can be blown off course by even a gentle breeze.
King Philip, your ancient knowledge has fortified your mind like no one else I've met. While the iron walls you've built to protect your psyche may hold, now I see there is a crack through which I...
Just the soulless eyes. Is this supposed to be a parody? Yeah, it's supposed to be a parody of anime, but it isn't really a parody of anything other than itself.
I can slip. And to whom might this treasure belong? I hope it doesn't slip from my palm and break.
Those are my mother's.
We have many sacred heirlooms. Do not waver.
And whose ashes might these be? Hope they weren't anyone special.
My grandfather.
Elizabeth, my eyes!
Your iron will is very impressive, King Philip. Tell me, is your will strong enough to stop a blade? Got her.
Elizabeth!
Now let your final gaze fall upon your dear queen.
Ha! I should have never underestimated him by luring Elizabeth first. He's put me in an unwinnable scenario that puts my very humanity at stake. If I follow my heart and look at my faithful wife, therefore beholding the symbol of death, I'll be luring my conscience away from the mental fortress I've worked so hard to build. But I'm afraid that by not looking, it will lay the final stone in the brick wall protecting my psyche.
Yeah, again, this is... It's supposed to be an animation flex, right? Like, they literally put out a video on their channel talking about how they revolutionized animation, and then they put out another one before they dropped Anime Rock Paper Scissors 2. They put out another one how they revolutionized animation again.
And my mind and heart will become impenetrable. I won't be able to let anyone in ever again, including Elizabeth, forever. I will lose my last shred of humanity.
Open your mind, Philip. Let it all in.
I really hate that you can see, like, one mouth, two mouth, and three mouth. All you can see three mouths in this still. And if you back it up, you can literally see multiple sets of teeth that they didn't, like, bother to clean up in the animation process. See? Look, one down here, one right here, and one up here. This is horrible. It's so horrible, guys. I like, and again, even if it wasn't technically bad, right? Like, even if the animation was actually good, which it is absolutely not, everything about this is, I hate it.
Your attacks will have no effect on me, barbarian. My instincts remain razor sharp.
But your wife, you must look. Have you no heart?
I know your faith and the discipline you swear by. You cannot lay a finger upon me if I do not look, and my faculties are stronger than your lure. You are powerless against me. Guards, put on your blindfolds and restrain this intruder! I want his hands covered in iron, never to be seen again!
Please! What? Someone, please!
What have I become?
Do you remember who taught it?
Wait, is the implication that he punched her to death? Because that was not clear at all. Wait a minute.
Come.
Do you remember who taught it?
Okay, no, she's still alive. Because this exists, I can now defend Dragon Ball Evolution to people, and I don't want to defend Dragon Ball Evolution. Yeah, Dragon Ball Evolution understood anime better than this. Like, it's telling that this looks the best when it's using still generated, like, images, and I'm willing to bet that these still images were all generated with AI as well. And, like, I hate them. I hate all of this. Every element of this. Like, I mean, come on. Dude, these art styles don't even match.
Oi, peasant! Oh, me? Do you like battles? Love them! Oi, well, we want to have a big battle in episode 3, but we don't have enough troops. Oh, no! Well, what can I do? You can enlist on corridordigital.com.
Corridordigital. What?
Corridordigital.com. And if we get enough troops, well, we can make episode 3. And have a big battle.
Oh, that sounds great.
Oh, wow. I love this outfit.
Hey, you're a handsome lad.
I hate it. Now, you might be saying, but Jack, look, why would you be hating on these poor lads? Well, just, you know, first we'll go over this. First, we'll go over this, which is a video they put out about a month ago, again. Will actors really be replaced? And as a spoiler, the thumbnail for this video just has a giant yes on it.
Possible to fully replace an actor with CGI? The short answer is yes, but there's always a human performance driving it. So what happens when the performance part is no longer necessary? Will we see acting go away? I hope not, that would suck. With the writers and actors currently on strike though, this has become a big conversation. These communities are feeling scared, and for good reason. Tech is advancing quickly, and there's no regulation or safety net in place. And where there's fear, there's misinformation too. That's why I wanted to take an honest look at where things are currently at and where the use of digital actors could likely go in the near future. So first off,
by the way, I love the term digital actors, as you know, they're digital actors. They're not. They're not just CGI. They're digital actors.
we have been replacing actors with digital performances for years, and this first example we're going to look at is from The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. Old man Brad Pitt.
He was born an old man.
An old baby.
He was born an old baby. Oh my gosh! He is born an old baby.
How old are you?
7, but I look a lot older. Definitely Uncanny Valley, right off the bat. This has aged. This came out in 2008.
At the time, it completely fooled me. I had no idea how they did it.
So this is an example of one of the earliest forms of emotion capture, where you put all the dots on a face and you get an actor to perform, and we're able to translate those performances onto a digital render. We actually had Paul Dubevic on the VFX Arts React show recently, and he was one of the guys instrumental in creating this technology, so that was really cool. There's something about this now that isn't quite working. We're definitely in the Uncanny Valley here. Even though the craftsmanship here is very good, something about this has aged. So what is that? What jumps out to you here?
First thing to me, which is always the first thing, is the eyes. And there's a lifelessness to it that's really hard to capture. And it's so weird because all of this uncanny feeling is derived from the subconscious, right? By means of evolution or by means of just the amount of reps that we have looking at a human face. I can tell that you are real. I hope I'm right. I hope this doesn't age poorly. But, oh, good Lord. But the closer that we get to that real feeling, the more perfect you have to be, because that uncanny trigger, man, it's this natural, innate, creepy feeling.
The rendering also isn't quite up to what we're used to these days. Like, we've gotten a lot better at rendering skin. That's pretty clear too. So an example where the rendering quality is significantly better is actually Rachel from Blade Runner 2049. This is an example of like some of the best digital humans we had ever done, circa late 2010s.
Here she comes.
You know, now that it actually has been a few years, actually it gets a lot better the closer she gets to camera.
Pulling off a photorealistic still image is infinitely simpler than pulling off a photorealistic thing in motion, which is where they do such a good job here, man. She's not doing that much.
So the trick here is that the whole body is actually real from a different actor. The neck all the way up to the head, the hair, everything about the face and the head is CG. This took a team of artists something like 2 years to be able to really dive in and research and develop this look in order to get the technology good enough to match the original Rachel look.
Look at that, dude.
That's pretty good.
Honestly, the fake Rachel looks more real than the real Rachel. Because they have that one-to-one reference. It's the minute you step out of the reference and add the motion, I mean, the artistry really needs to ramp up.
The weakest part about this whole sequence is the moment she talks, and it's just a single line.
Don't you love me?
We can immediately tell it's like, okay, there's something up with the lips, because lip animation is still one of the hardest things to do.
Dude, I mean, you're talking about a face that has 43 muscles and 10,000 possible human expressions.
These guys look like Mr. Beast cloned himself into 2 separate people. Yeah, that's the other part, Salmon Moose. The context of this scene is that this isn't Rachel. And that there's something about her that is uncanny and is not real, right? Like, I can't, dude.
Capturing that kind of complex combination of musculature and the relationships between them is beyond what I think humans can even wrap their heads around.
It's challenging because we as humans require literally 100.00% like fully realistic accuracy in order to not at least get a major dosing of Uncanny Valley.
The minute that you are thinking about visual effects, in a way you've lost. As close as you have possibly gotten to achieving it, if we are talking fully replacing actors with total photorealism, 100%, you need to cross that last threshold and keep us from thinking about visual effects.
So speaking of some digital performances that we all did notice, The Irishman had some. Damn it! The Irishman stars some old dudes, Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, Pacino.
Who the f*** are you?
The effects we see here are an attempt to basically create actors in a state that they don't currently exist in, their younger selves. So what we're getting in these younger characters are old dude performances, such as this.
How old is he supposed to be here? Mid-30s, mid-40s? Look at his arm, his right arm. Have you ever seen a 30-year-old or 40-year-old do that? It's all so like stiff, and it's not his fault. I can't stress that enough. It's just the limitation. It's like you change the face, but the body, the bones, the joints, the meat, like that has already aged, and there's nothing you could do to fix that performance outside of a full CG character.
I get the reasoning behind it. They try to stay true to the performances of these legendary actors, but this is an example where they probably should have actually had a body double, a younger body double that had that spryness, fit that build a little bit better. I think people might have accepted that a little bit more.
Stripping all of this conversation away, I still can't
Skin has
believe
many
that we
layers,
can
the
do
outer
this.
layers
This
are
is
not fully opaque.
Remarkable work. But what
It's
we're
very
talking
hard to
about
do
is
with
making
VFX.
up that
Yeah.
last 0.5%.
So I think probably an example of the best visual effects the world has ever seen, up until this point, is from Avatar 2.
What I love about Weta is when they come into contact with a limitation, they brute force bash its head in, man. They just kick the door in and they expand what's possible. And they did the same thing with facial capture technology for this film.
This is a great example of the ultimate evolution of emotion capture. You know, we saw this with Thanos. We're now incorporating more AI tools into everything to really figure out the subtleties of the actual musculature motion underneath the skin.
It's the perfect application of machine learning because you're right, there's so much nuance to it. It's just too much for a human mind to think about. And they designed essentially a neural network that was trained on muscle relationships. You're talking the face, you're talking the eyes, the lips, and increases the fidelity of the performance that you get through animation.
But there's a caveat to all of this incredible work.
This is animation that is existing on Aliens, right?
Exactly.
And Aliens, I've only seen a couple. We'll talk about that later.
Why is that a caveat? Because you do not have to deal with the Uncanny Valley as much. There's an emotional disconnect from knowing that we're seeing an alien face. It's still able to emote in all of the same ways we're familiar with, so we're able to still see the accurate performances, and we're able to still have that emotional connection with the character without triggering that part of our lizard brain that goes, wait a minute, that not people. So let's go ahead and take a look at where things could go from here. Generative AI is like the current hot button, you know, ChatGPT, Midjourney, all this stuff's coming out now, but like AI tools have been doing this stuff for years. Deepfakes have literally been around for years. Deepfakes being an artificial intelligence implementation of effects. We at Corridor have been making deepfakes for over 4 years now. Woo. Granted, looking back at this now, the quality of it is very rough. This is Uncanny Valley, like, for sure. The quality of deepfakes have gotten so much better in the last few years. We were ahead of the curve as far as like studios adopting this, but I think the most recent example of an actual deepfake finally being used is Luke Skywalker in Boba Fett. I think this is the best example of the first deepfake being used in an actual cinematic production. In multiple scenes across multiple episodes with young Mark Hamill playing Luke Skywalker. Luke in this scene is objectively good. Like, it's
that looks amazing.
Very good. Like, the performance comes through, the rendering comes through. I'd say this is like at the 99.99%.
I'll give it
you
that.
know?
Yeah.
The first time I actually saw this scene, I would forget. I'd be like, man, this looks incredible, but then I get distracted by the actual moment, and I'm watching it, and then like a couple minutes goes by, and I realize, wait a minute, I totally forgot that I was looking at a fake Luke. I would say this totally proves the point that we can replace an actor. The quality is there, and they figured out a pipeline to be able to get multiple minutes out of a performance here.
And what we're seeing too is exponential growth in every aspect. It's like getting better and better, faster and faster.
The constraint isn't technological anymore.
I just can't. I just can't with this, you know, like
in every aspect. It's like getting better and better, faster and faster.
like you're not making an animation. I just you're putting a machine to work, but you're not doing any of the artistry. And that I just don't know. I think there's a big difference between, you know, having like an actual actor there and then, you know, going over the face but keeping like the rest of the performance. I struggle to articulate this, you know. Yeah, they had actual actors, not engineers. Yeah, and they aren't talking about how, like, I don't know, they've revolutionized animation. And oh, we made an anime. No, you didn't. You made a little tech. You made a tech project.
The constraint isn't technological.
Yeah, exactly, Sam and Moose. AI is a tool and not a solution. It's not the end goal. And like, people who are AI brained will be like, oh, but with this AI tool, you could make infinite entertainment. It's like, well, but that would suck. You know, like we crave art and we love art because of what went into making it, not just because it exists. You know.
More. It's economical.
Yes, very much.
That's the constraint. It still probably cost a tremendous amount of money because it was still a lot of effort at the end of the day to create this character. At some point, that cost is going to come down enough
absolutely,
that it becomes economical to make a movie starring young Luke Skywalker. So,
no, they just need to recast. If you're gonna, first of all, Star Wars shouldn't even be about the Skywalkers anymore. But second of all, like, just recast him, for fuck's sake.
So, can we really replace actors? Yeah, we just looked at a lot of evidence of that happening. But the question is, like, can you actually fully replace actors at scale, like throughout an entire show? I mean, everything we've looked at up until now has obviously still required a performance. There's still an actor that's needed. They haven't actually been replaced. Right now with the actors' strike going on, a lot of their fears are kind of forward-thinking. They're seeing the writing on the wall when it comes to AI. They're trying to get ahead of it, and they're like, this is going to evolve faster than we can imagine. They're right. How should actors be compensated, or how should rights be handled here? I don't have the answers to any of that right now, but let's look at some grim realities of the situation. What's going to be possible sooner than later is I think background actors are going to go away.
Well, we're already at the point where crowds are gone.
Oh, exactly.
Armies gone, stadiums gone.
Incredible movies from way back in the day, like Ben-Hur, Gladiator. You have hundreds of extras making up the background. Dude.
And you know what? That was cool, and it looked better. It was, like, honestly, that was cool, and it looked better.
If you thought parking at a Taylor Swift concert was bad, you should have seen the Ben-Hur set. Okay?
That was the reality of filmmaking back in the day. You literally had to have hundreds of people if you wanted to have hundreds of people.
Yeah.
That's not been the case for decades now. Right. Lord of the Rings invented this program called Massive, having armies collide. You could simulate all of that without having to actually cast thousands of people. I think we're at a point.
But it would have looked better if they had. It would. You can say, like, oh, well, they were able to do it without doing that, but it would have been better and cooler if they had actually cast all those people. But also, they did. They kind of did. Like, a lot of those models were based on, like, real people. Like, yeah, they still had hundreds of extras in Lord of the Rings.
Point where sooner than later, sooner than you realize, much simpler scenes like a busy restaurant will have background characters that are fully CGI. Even though that has been possible, technically, for a while now, it's never been economical. But as visual effects productions go more and more real time, we're very rapidly approaching a time where you can just type something new for all 50 tables in the background of the scene. It's automatically generated, animated, and rendered, and placed into the scene at the moment of filming. The ethical conversations surrounding that are complicated. Background acting is the way you get into the film industry as an actor and into the union. You know, so many people's first union gig was because they were a background actor on something.
It's true.
But ultimately, even if the background actors are replaced, there will still be a need for the main cast to, you know, deliver key performances. But what happens when even that actor doesn't need to be there anymore? That seems like it's a long way off.
It does, yeah. Is it not?
So yesterday, this guy recorded a clip for me, and he sent it to me. And I want to show you this clip real quick.
Hi, Brent from Corridor Group. Thanks for your...
Wait, there's a personalized video for you, Ren?
Yeah, he made a personalized video for me.
Figuring out if it is really possible to replace actors and whether or not that is possible right now. We will get back to you soon. By the way, this is an automated video message generated with my avatar. Hope you like it and talk soon.
Prove it! Prove it! Can he prove it? Dude, the neck. Look at the neck.
This is generated from scratch.
nothing.
From nothing. There's no actor driving this performance.
How are you so calm right now?
I was already familiar with this company though. They specialize in creating digital avatars for like corporate videos, for instance.
Okay.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrew from HeyGen.
Obviously they've got a voice model trained on these actors' voices, or this guy's voice. And they have a face model trained on what he looks like, but also his mannerisms.
Yeah, it's like deepfake, blend shape, everything in between. All together, algorithmically cemented.
This is not at that 100% level of quality yet.
Yeah.
There's some tells. It's like, you can kind of tell there's a little bit of stutteriness as it transitions between different words and
a lot of blinking.
Well, it got me. I mean, it's like, it's stunning, and I don't know what they're using under the, you know, the covers here, or the range of what's possible. I mean, everything's to camera from what I'm seeing.
The range of this is limited. I can't say, have this guy run down the street and jump over a car and then say, I'll be back. But like, we've never really seen this before.
I mean, you got my caveman seeing Wheel for the first time reaction there. Like,
this is all an example of where we're at right now, with a little bit of a look into what's coming. But let's take a moment to imagine the far future a little bit. Did you see the episode of Black Mirror called Joan is Awful?
Yes.
I did too. If you're familiar with that show, you know what we're about to talk about. But let me paint a picture for you. You come home from work, you've had a long day, you sit down at your TV and you just want to relax and watch a movie. And instead of just browsing Netflix and choosing a movie to watch, you're like, TV, play a movie starring me and all my friends and make it like an action comedy. And then the TV not only generates in real time a movie starring you and all your friends, it's like Oscar-winning good. It's hard to believe that that could be possible. Think about it this way. 2 years ago,
I don't want that. Like, who hears that concept and is like, that's what I want in my life? Why? Why would you want that? I don't want to come home at the end of a long day and brainstorm the words to feed like an AI algorithm. Also, I haven't watched a ton of Black Mirror, but isn't the premise of that episode that would actually suck? That would actually be terrible?
if I told you you can just open up this chat box and type in some words and the most beautiful cinematic picture would be sitting in front of you from that description, you would not believe me.
Yeah.
And here we are just 2 years later, and it's not only possible, everyone's just grown numb to it.
Isn't that nuts how fast we grew numb to that?
I do believe, at least for the foreseeable future, performances are...
I've wanted a torment nexus of my very own ever since I read Don't Make the Torment Nexus as a kid.
Still...
I don't like any of this and have bad feelings. Me too.
Going to be very important, and that requires actors to be in those roles. It's one thing for something to be like CGI and synthetic, but there's still an artist creating that. There's still the human touch. Most people don't understand how CGI is made, so they kind of just assume you're pressing buttons on a computer, and I think that's where some of the CGI hate comes from, because of their misunderstanding of the artistry that goes into it. Now we're entering a world where that is actually true. It is actually just pressing a button and content.
Yeah, by the way, all of this chat was just to ground this segment a little bit more before we get on to the next one, which is where they fix video games.
is generated.
You're so right.
Without regulation, this stuff can become problems. People used to die on film sets all the time because there weren't any safety regulations. And that's the fear, is that if this continues in an unregulated fashion, without any sort of rights placed on like the actors, who owns your likeness, this might become a situation where there are no more acting roles in Hollywood because it's all just generated on the fly when you get home. And I think the agreements that they're coming to right now are very important.
It's crucial. It's crucial.
Because this is...
I mean, at the very least, they're ending this video by being pro-union, which honestly, I did not know if they would or not.
So much more of the Wild West than people realize because most people aren't paying attention.
But I think the most important thing to keep in mind is that, yes, while progress will not slow, our preparation can increase. And it seems like that's what they're doing, and that's what we need to focus on.
Are you guys scared of this too? I'm curious of your thoughts. Where do you think this is going? Leave a comment down below, kind of giving me your perspective. I'm very interested in...
Yeah, I'm sparing you the second "did we just change animation forever" video. We're not gonna watch that one. I'm not gonna inflict that one on you guys. But I am gonna inflict this one on you, and I apologize in advance because I'm going to get very angry.
Sorry, my face is tired from dealing with everything.
Video games are notorious for having crude, mannequin-like human beings. If you're playing a game, you just have to learn to ignore it or accept it if you want to enjoy the game. In fact, when a video game has human beings that are done well enough that you can emotionally connect with them, that's considered an industry-wide achievement. But we've discovered a new tool from the VFX world that, when combined with video games, could revolutionize how characters are rendered.
Wow, that looks great.
Imagine your favorite character, but as a real person with a photorealistic face.
Oh, finally!
What we are going to show you is, in my opinion, the...
Just really quick. Just going back to that very first example here. This is the example that they go with, and it looks terrible. It just looks like you added a face smoother to it. It looks bad. And like, not only does it look bad, right? The entire premise of these video games are that they look the way they do because they were intentionally made to look that way. This is like saying, look guys, I improved Super Mario World, and like you like, here's the before, and it's, the beautiful pixel art of Super Mario World, and here's the after, and the after is you just took Vaseline and smeared it all over the pixels. Like, this isn't good. And you are now divorcing the artistic intent and how, like, the faces that have been designed fit into the wider world. Computer, yassify Shepherd for me.
Is, in my opinion, the future of video games.
Or like, look at this one. Like, the vacant eye expression. As opposed to, like, this one where, like, she's clearly emoting. You understand what she's trying to convey. This one, it's just smoother. Like, I genuinely have no idea. How can you look at these and be like, yeah, the one on the right is better? You made it worse objectively.
Graphics. But right now, no one has done it yet. So come along as we combine the world of visual effects and video games to show you what the future might look like. So a few years back, we used a machine learning algorithm to turn pictures of video game characters into pictures of real people. The results were fun, but also pretty crude and kind of goofy, and there really wasn't a way to utilize the tech. But now with the release of Stable Diffusion XL, which is a new image generation model, we can do much more accurate, highly realistic transformations. So wouldn't it be cool to somehow re-render a character's face using just that one image? Well, now you can. There's a new piece of technology called Insight Face from the company...
But like, Sweet Myths Music, at least when you look at that, right? Like, those are just passion projects by people who are like, you know, they want to like bring the nostalgia of their youth into like the modern day like graphics, you know. I don't actually have a problem with that. You know, because they are effectively operating as like you know, their own art designers and like making artistic choices to modernize those looks, right? But here they're just using an AI model to yassify different characters, and it sucks. I like that when I play an old game, it is of that era, and it is interesting to me to see what they did with like the technological limitations that they had, right? Like God, just real quick, okay? Vagrant Story videos. You know, I've definitely given this example before, but like here, like Vagrant Story came out in 2000 on the PlayStation, right? And like, what's interesting about it is that you get to look at what they did with the technological limitations of the time and how they like played around with it. I don't want to see this yassified. And it really just is such the height of hubris to be like, ah, yeah, let's just feed this into an algorithm, you know, make it look smoother. When this looks fucking sick. Like, it's cool. And these guys are just like, no, just feed it to the algorithm. Doesn't Jacob Geller have an entire video about ugly games? Maybe. I don't watch a ton of Jacob Geller stuff, but probably. Saw they're remaking Wizardry. I was pretty annoyed. Yeah, but like, doesn't the remake of Wizardry also have the option to like change it back to like the way it was? Wizardry remake. Yeah, here we go. Like, I think it's cool that it makes it more accessible to people, you know? But yeah, I think there's a way to still, like, revert it back to what it looked like. Just real quick, I'm gonna take a look. We'll take a look at the page, baby. Oh, maybe not. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, Wizardry Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord is built directly on top of the original 1981 game's code. Although it looks all new, underneath the hood is the authentic game. You can even view the original Apple II interface as you play. That's pretty cool. Oh, good night, Mana King. All right, anyway.
See AI, and if you provided a single image of a face,
I've not
morph
I've
that
not played
face
the
onto
Bloodborne
another
PSX
character.
remake,
Using
but
this
it looks
process,
cool.
We can turn video game characters into real people, not just an actor that looks like the character, but an actual, true-to-life rendering of what that character.
It doesn't look. It looks like you're just yesifying the character. This doesn't look better.
Might look like. This might seem like a deepfake, but it's not. A deepfake requires thousands of images of a person in order to learn what their face looks like. This means that if your character is purely digital, then there's no living human being that you can just photograph thousands of times. This has been a problem preventing us from being able to do this with deepfake technology. But the ability to just use a single frame with Pixie AI's technology eliminates this problem. And the ability to generate a perfect photoreal image of a character in Stable Diffusion XL provides the other very
Jesus Christ, dude. It looks so much worse.
crucial key to this puzzle.
Like, I just real quick. Okay. Original Solid Snake looks like a badass. Like actual cool dude, right?
Character in Stable Diffusion XL.
This just looks like an asshole doing a terrible Halloween costume.
Provides the other very crucial key to this puzzle. So challenge the gang to take footage from a variety of games, both new and classic, to see if they could visualize what these characters would look like with photoreal faces.
Oh my god,
All right,
dude.
guys, we all split up. We took some time working on this. I want you guys to tell me who this character is. I'm gonna pull it up and I want you to guess, okay?
Oh yeah, dude. Woo! It's freaking Ellie, dude.
Aloy.
Aloy, that's right.
Is this the original or?
This is the AI portrait. Here's the original.
Yep.
It doesn't look better. You're just ruining a character model that artists spent so much time developing and like altering and getting just right, and you're just fucking it up. What did they do? Yeah, look. Let's just take a look. This is the AI version.
Is this the original or?
This is the AI portrait. Here's the original.
Yep.
This one makes way more sense. The original here has blemishes because she lives in a post-apocalypse.
Now let's see this in action.
Hold on. Before, in Meridian, you said that.
Yeah, we'll just remove all of the blemishes. We'll just smooth it all out.
Wow.
This one looks so good.
Holy
He's gone, Varl. I haven't heard from him since the battle against Hades.
The lip anime.
It actually, like the eyes. Look at the eyes, dude. Oh my god. It looks so much worse. It looks so much worse, dude.
It's the battle against Hades.
The lip animation still.
It's all about that base animation falling apart.
You see that specifically with the brows. There's this very subtle furrowing of the brows, you know, the concern.
These are two different expressions. Like the one on the left has a little bit of like, sorry for this next part, whereas the one on the right is kind of neutral.
The cost is just like a little bit more muted at the benefit of getting it a little more realistic.
Who is this?
Lara Croft.
Nailed it. Immediately. OG. Not bad.
It's not terrible.
Not terrible. But it gives you that freaking pore detail here, which I loved.
What? Where are you?
There she is, crusted up. So not as good as the render that we were looking at earlier.
Man, it's a freaking, nobody knows how to animate lips, apparently. Apparently these people think lips slide up and down vertically. Yeah, like that.
Oh no. I've got to rate this tomb. Here it is with the face morph. Ooh.
Yes.
Wow.
Man, it's super cool to watch a bunch of VFX artists shitting on the animation of a game from 2013 that like people poured their lives into making. They forgot how lips work. Bitch, you guys can't talk about that. I've seen the anime you guys made. I've seen both episodes that you shat out.
Oh, wow.
That looks great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
oh, that looks great. It doesn't. It looks objectively worse. Her face shape is different. Her expressions are non-existent. The dirt and grime are all completely gone. Her lips don't even look the same. The nose is different. Look, in this scene in on the left, her nose is turned down. On the right, her nose is turned up. This is not good. It just makes shitty, smooth faces off of what was intentionally designed by the artists who made the Lara Croft on the left. I'm just so fucking I'm so fucking frustrated, both by the quality of the work that's happening here, the AI is doing, but also by like their arrogance about it.
That looks great. The shadow of the nose and the face is really well done. Like the way it curves over like the front of her lips there. And
Fuck, dude. I have no words for how angry this makes me.
Stuff. That's Kate Beckinsale. Beckinsale? She's fresh, brother. Don't be saying stuff like that. Who's this? Oh,
is this Nathan Drake?
Whoa. That jaw's bricked up, son.
It's so
Again, it just looks like a worse version of the original. I can't, dude. I can't. Like, you lose a lot of the subtle line work that's happening here. The AI model is just creating this weird little, like, forehead line that is only just kind of alluded to in the original. I don't, man, dude. There's so much subtlety going on in this one. I mean, you can even see it, by the way, in the holster straps, right? Like, in the holster straps here, you see the actual texture of the leather on his shoulders. The AI model just smooths it all away. Just absolutely eliminates any of the subtlety. Nathan is supposed to be an everyman, not a model. That's true. But, like, we can also agree, Nathan Drake is an attractive man. The thing is, the model for the one that we're looking at here is, like, Nathan Drake in his, like, late 30s, early 40s. Like, he's supposed to be kind of weathered, and, like, I think the original does that. The one on the right just looks like he smeared a bunch of Vaseline on himself, or like the camera lens, and then like created weird wrinkle lines that make no sense.
Look at that thing. That's freaking Lisa Leslie.
The girl from Uncharted. That's the girl from Uncharted.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Ellie.
Yeah.
I don't. I know that, like, this section of the video is the gang experiments with some new tech, but, like, it looks bad. And they are using that they're like talking up how good it looks while also shitting on the original artists.
And now you have a brother.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh wow, pretty good.
Dude, that one is the best one. Chat, dude.
It's so bizarre.
I'm sorry.
That's nice.
Oh wow, pretty good.
I can't, dude.
Ooh, that one is the best one. Chat, dude.
It's so bizarre seeing everything be kind of blurry, but the faces are so crisp.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy who ruins Jameson's early retirement.
Again, the original objectively looks better and crisper. I don't know what they're talking about. How are they looking at this and not seeing how bad this looks?
Right.
The eyes lose expressiveness.
Yeah. No one's feeling anything in this scene.
The process removes some of the nuance.
Wait, also, what the fuck?
In this scene.
What is happening here? This is creepy as hell.
The process removes some of the nuance from the eye shape.
Yeah, it's like they look more realistic, but they don't move as realistically.
If they were to make this technology specifically for this, they could work on just adding more extreme expressions, and you'd be able to represent expressions a little more accurately.
Who's this?
It's the dude. It's Michael, or whatever his name is, from GTA.
No, it's Franklin.
It's Franklin.
Oh, that's great.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's sick. Who's this? Oh, this is Lamar? Lamar? Let's go. That's sick.
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Maybe.
Wow, that looks great. That one looks great.
That one looks incredible.
Yeah, he looks like a real person there.
I wish I could play the whole game like this.
Who, my friends, is this handsome
Oh,
young man?
you did it! Yes! I was waiting for somebody to do L.A. Noire.
Now.
Wow.
Yep.
What a dweeb.
I mean, the proportions look great in L.A. Noire, but, you know, obviously the rendering quality is not quite the same as an actual, like, face more.
Man, I love it. I love how the AI generated face here also eliminated the entire wall behind him. Also, they're very clearly not the same character. Like, this guy's kind of like a baby face. This guy's just wrinkly as hell.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Michelle, but your mother is dead.
Whoa.
Dude, that's a much better actor for that character.
And for her. Oh! So yeah, I mean, it works here. Like, while it's not a perfect fit, it definitely takes it another level. Who's this? Who's that guy? Hey, finally, dude. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a real Commander Shepard that doesn't upset.
Doesn't it?
Oh God! Who's that guy?
Who's this guy? It's Conrad.
I don't know who Conrad is.
Oh, dude, this is the guy.
Woo!
Conrad, I'm building an ancient Prothean dark energy device to stop the Reapers.
Oh, yes, Commander.
Commander.
He looks so grizzled.
Deep fried, man. He's the fry that fell out of the basket to the bottom of the fryer.
I do like the original.
Yeah, almost like, I don't know, he's some kind of space spec ops dude instead of, you know, like a pretty guy.
Commander Shepard a little bit more, I think. It shows a little bit more of like his grizzled commandment, you know, like
commandments.
His commandments, Shepard's commandments.
I don't know. He just looks too pretty boy on the left, and it's like I've been noticing that everyone's lips are the same.
Dude, this guy.
Oh, he's so crusty, man. I don't remember him being so crusty.
This one arguably is the first one I've seen where I'm like, it's better. This is the first one I've seen where I'm like, it's better. But also, like, I hate Conrad, so that's definitely playing a role here.
Rusty. That's the biggest glow up I've seen yet.
Like I've played most of them, all the Mass Effect games except for Andromeda, and it was never like, ew, when I'm playing it. You just get used to it. Yeah. But now when we see it, like when we're actually comparing all these together, you really see like the different strengths of each game here.
Hey guys, so you've probably noticed that Jake hasn't.
Nope. You don't get to advertise. You haven't earned that right.
Who's this?
Oh, that's Starfield lady, right?
Starfield lady from the Constellation.
From the Constellation group.
When you look at what the character actually looks like,
Oh, classic Bethesda.
Bethesda quality.
It's not that I don't want to believe in anything. It's that my scientific mind is often at odds with my spiritual center.
Whoa! It's like the story's great, cool exploration, all that stuff, but you know, characters' faces have a little bit to be desired.
It's like a.
Isn't that because Starfield was like built on like the same engine that like Skyrim was built on? Isn't that like one of the reasons for like the character models in Starfield?
Before and after meth. I think we got to keep this Bethesda train going here. There he is.
Oh. Now him I can get into.
Okay, so this is the before of Preston.
Yeah, dude. Dude, he burned in a fire.
It's that radiation, man.
Bro, it is the radiation. There's a lot of endings to Fallout 4, but for me, the real ending is when you reach the end of the romance tree with Preston Garvey.
You're gonna have to give me a minute to just enjoy this feeling.
Yeah, that's the sound of elation right there.
This is like the perfect use for AI, guys. It's like...
Yeah, because, you know, he lives in a hellscape post-apocalypse. It makes sense that he'd have pristine baby skin.
One image to solve so many hours of gameplay where you have to look at that.
Sometimes the best use case isn't in games where you're going to go crazy on the animation.
Also, just as an aside, maybe I'm just throwing this out there. Sometimes one of the points of a character model is not to look like a super attractive lady. You know, like if there's a lady character in a game, maybe not all of them have to look like super attractive women. And like really all that I see between these two images here are like this one's smoothed out and like it has more like attractive eyes and bigger lips with makeup on. And like that's the same mistake they made with Aloy. Yeah. Or conventionally attractive. Yeah, Erica, exactly. Sorry. I'm very tired. I'm not being careful with my words. But yeah. Every woman got makeup. Yeah, as everyone knows, women are just born with makeup attached to us.
The best use case isn't in games where you're going to go crazy on the animation, crazy on like the poly counts, the ZBrush sculpt of these like main characters. It's like the best use of this is lots of characters, because when you have a character creation system, like in these Bethesda games, like all the characters are based on the same skeleton with the same...
Now, I will say, what this guy is saying here makes more sense to me. Like if you wanted to use a program like this to help generate background characters, or help like, you know, as a pass on like different side characters that you're making, I wouldn't necessarily object to like this being incorporated into like the tool set that designers use, because game developers already use a lot of tools like that. But the audacity and what I hate is them going through and being like, see, we fixed these characters by running them through an AI model. Like, no. You didn't fix shit.
Facial morphing things, and so that gives you like infinite varieties. So, you know, obviously that's hard to make 1,000 pictures of an infinite variety of characters, but if all you need is one, like now suddenly this kind of becomes like the best use case of it, where now...
Or like even with this one, right? Like part of what is being altered in the AI generated image is like her face shape, the amount of makeup she has, the lighting. But like that doesn't make it better.
But if all you need is one, like now suddenly this kind of becomes like the best use case of it, where now any character you create, it just makes that procedural snapshot of them and uses that for the model now.
And all the Bethesda characters are really robotic anyway, and so you're not losing any performance, you're just gaining fidelity.
Yeah,
so this seems like literally the perfect application.
Yeah.
You're not losing performance? I don't know about that one, Chief.
So we've showed a lot of ones that are like very practical, like these would actually work in a real game.
No.
Now I think we should show
No,
some of the
no,
other
you
results
didn't.
that we got that are pretty wacky.
Who's this? The girl from Final Fantasy. Tifu.
Alright, who's this?
Oh, it's Cloud. Oh, we got Cloud in the house, dude. All day. It's Cloud from Smash Bros, dude.
Oh, finally they fixed Final Fantasy VII with Cloud.
Alright, who's this?
Oh, it's Cloud.
As we all know, Cloud. The main problem with Cloud was the main problem with him was that he didn't have like a weird puff face.
Oh, we got Cloud in that.
Yeah, this is the Brazers. This is how Brazers makes their 3D hentai.
All right, and of course, Barrett Wallace. This is the render, and this is my AI version.
Nice.
Oh my god, dude. I hate it so much.
Is it nice? Nice. It's kind of nice.
I hate it so much.
Give me something to hang on to.
Cloud's giving me like the Netflix live action like casting of Final Fantasy.
That's the guy they would cast. We got Commander Keys from Halo 1 Remastered. That's pretty good.
That looks like what I remember PC games looking like, but it's so much better.
And that dude, friggin' Johnson.
He got a glow up from that.
Yeah, he really glowed up.
Oh, nice, dude. Let's go. Oh, I would freaking love this.
Like, I'm connecting with this character right now. I'm picking up all his emotions. I'm ready to fight.
Dude, I want to fight for him. Who, my friends, is this handsome devil?
That's Agent 74.
I'm so sorry for inflicting this much suffering on all of you, but I saw this and I just hated it so much.
This is the 47th one.
Okay.
This is the OG.
Wow. Yeah, it's video game model to like a real man. It's giving you subsurface scattering in the ears.
I know. I was shocked by that.
Crazy.
Super impressive. So this is the game coming out of the shadows. We got Jason Statham, baby.
Wow, that looks great.
There's a Speedo under that suit.
This is an upgrade.
This is an upgrade for sure.
I would like it if they put this in the game.
Yeah. Who is this handsome?
Just real quick. This is an upgrade. This is an upgrade for sure. You can literally see around the edges of this guy's face where the model is falling apart.
This is an upgrade for sure.
I would like it if they put this in the game.
Yeah.
Like you can see like it twitching.
Speedo under that suit.
This is an upgrade.
This is an upgrade.
Look right
for
here.
Sure.
I would like it if they put this in the game.
Yeah. Who is this handsome devil?
Wow. Look at that beef, dude.
And then we got frickin' sexy Ken, dude. The Ken we always wanted.
You need to.
I can't, dog. I can't do it. I have no words for how deeply I dislike this.
To continue your special training.
Nice.
Oh,
Wow.
the eyebrow.
The eyes. That looks pretty great, though.
It looks good, yeah. I'm like surprised. Dude,
No.
look at this guy.
No, it doesn't.
Crazy.
It doesn't match
Tell me
the
what
art
year
style.
This game is from.
This moment has taken some time to reach us, and I imagine you have many questions.
Good lord.
It's from the year 2033.
No, the true threat is yet to show itself.
I think this is from 2000 or 2001. I think I know what this one is. This is Knights of the Old Republic.
Whoa, it looks like that. It's my favorite game of all time.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to test one where we process the entire shot. Like you're saying, Nico, we're imagining a future where you could literally just feed in one of your favorite old games and like turn it into like a real shaded version of it.
It is unsettling.
Thanks, I hate it.
Yeah, it's a little weird seeing such like a hyper-real face on a super low poly character in background and everything.
I can't tell if there's a certain like animation threshold where it's just weird having the faces be realistic or if it's actually better.
I think this is the limit. There's like not a lot of keyframes here in this animation, you know what I mean?
Favorite little guy? Everyone knows him.
Adoring fan.
Our little boy.
Adoring fan. Yeah.
Dude, that's one of the Paul brothers.
This picture looks nice, but when we watch the footage, take a look.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Bye.
Dude, this guy.
Oh no! Don't do it, Nico.
Oh.
You don't have to do it!
No! Reed! That's not Chris
That's
Pratt.
illegal!
I'm not gonna lie, chat. This is possibly I don't know how. This is somehow both actual Fredophobia while also being deeply anti-Semitic. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that was managed. This looks like a 4chan post. This looks like a 4chan post. This feels evil, or like someone was trying to do a joke.
Oh, dude, that's a 1-to-1, dude.
Are we allowed to post that?
What about his brother?
Yes, I love it.
Hey, what?
Wait a minute. Isn't this not Stanley Tucci? Who's this guy? Who plays him? Oh god, what is this guy's name? Chat. What is this guy? He looks Luigi's render looks exactly like this guy. I don't remember what his name is. John Turturro, thank you. God damn. I get him and Stanley Tucci mixed up.
Yes, I love it.
Hey, what about his cousin?
No!
What about his cousin? Is that Adrian Brody?
They're all related.
Another cousin.
Full body.
It's his cousin. Oh!
No! It's so cursed.
Yep.
Woo! That was...
So the big question is, does this feel like a leap for video game technology? Like, will people put the effort to put this in games? Do you see it having that potential?
Just seeing this like stable diffusion versions really show you how much these like portraits and characters are missing. And it's like, even though the video version like loses the expressiveness in the eyes, like the rendering quality of them really shows off like, okay, we're talking about like the shading of the eyelid on the eyeball, even like the reflection of the eyelid on the eyeball, the eyes just suddenly look real.
At the end of the day, that was sculpted by a person, and then textures were laid over it. Those proportions are an artist looking at a person's face and being like, I'm gonna get as close as I can, but at the end of the day, that stable diffusion process just takes those proportions and just goes yoink, and kind of like tightens them up.
No, it just changes the proportions into something else entirely. What are you talking about? It's not tightening anything up. They're fictional characters. People can have rounder faces. What are you talking about? Good night, Todd Pemper.
Lose it all together. DLSS, that's like the big thing right now still. AI assisted upscaling. That's happening in real time. And so
Yeah, for lighting. For lighting.
This is really just like the smallest step away from what's already happening with next-gen GPUs.
The results are great. The only thing that we saw cause major problems was those heavy shadows.
Because we're working with like...
Also, just as a quick FYI, yeah, artists can make characters that look better than what is on the left in the original. They can do that now. The reason the original looks that way was because of the technological limitations of the time. Oh my god, dude.
From what's already happening with next-gen GPUs.
The results are great. The only thing that we saw cause major problems was those heavy shadows.
Because we're working with like compressed YouTube clips of the games. Imagine if this was on the back end.
Like if you, from the ground up, redid the whole inside face pipeline, I can only imagine it'd be amazing looking. If you guys want to mess with some of this face morphing technology, the company that has it out right now that makes it is Pixie, Picsi.ai. So they actually have a Discord server. You can go there, you can load up your own images, your own renders, you can do different like face morphs. So big thanks to them for hooking us up with some of their like high-end tech that they have behind the scenes so we can do this experiment. And yeah, we'll have a link to their Discord down in the description below. This is super cool, and we're putting this tech to use right now for a short film that we're going to be putting out very shortly. You know the words I'm about to say.
Say 'em.
Say it.
They need to
What
hear
if I
it.
don't? What if I
Say it.
Say it. Say it.
subscribe?
Oh, feels good to hear.
Good. We get to look forward to another short film of them trying to make things look better with technology that is not capable of doing that. Oh god, dude. Do they believe what they're saying? I believe that they believe what they're saying. Yeah. That was painful. I used to like Corridor Digital, but once they began using AI generated shit, they've gotten so bad. Yeah, like they're at their best when they're interviewing like, you know, special effects legends and going over like special effects in film and talking about how those special effects were made. They're good at that. They're good at that, and that's cool information, and that's like the bread and butter of their channel. And like them using this AI stuff to like make an anime, and instead they make like one of the ugliest things you've ever seen in your life with like the worst writing you've ever heard in your life and bad performances and something that just fundamentally misunderstands the nature of animation and the genre that they're trying to emulate. Like it's frustrating to say the least. And then to see them come in and like try and fix video games with this AI generated overlay while talking about how like, you know, the failings of these old character designs, is just like you just fundamentally don't understand what you're talking about. My favorite video is them trying to recreate Tron in both modern methods and what they would have done in the 80s and that was really great. But yeah, they become weird tech bro AI shills. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why. You know? Yeah, just like that one lady who restored and improved that Jesus painting. You guys know what I'm talking about? She was like, "Oh yeah, I'll restore that," and then it just turned into like a child's like finger paint. I feel like that's like the equivalent. Yeah, potato Jesus. Here, what I need to find a picture. Yeah, like this is what I feel like they did, right? Oh god, come on. There we go. You know, lady said, "Oh, I can improve that," and then look, I slapped it through an AI generator. It looks so much better now. Look at the lighting; it's really incredible. Yeah, now we need AI upscaled potato Jesus, 100%. But also, like, AI upscaling can be great if you just need like a small image made big, you know? That's fine. But like when you're using it to just completely alter people's faces, and then you're like, oh well, not even people's faces, like artistic renderings other people have made, and then you're like, ah, see, I've improved it. I take a lot of offense to that. Goddamn. Anyway, yeah, all of that made me mad. And segment. How we doing, chat? Jack, you know how Baumgartner restoration, if you don't, his recent video has it bad, overly smooth restoration? I'll check it out. The AI just makes bad rotoscoped fucked forehead potato Jesus. Yeah. I think that made us all mad. Good. Also, folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, make sure you hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream. That's actually very important that you do that. And consider dropping some subs and donos if you feel so inclined. Also, hello, Vork Void. And Lightning Links, yes. See you over on the YouTube and the Twitch, doing your part. Also, if you'd like to be in the on-screen chat, come on over to riverboat.gg. That'll get you onto the on-screen chat, and you can also support me more effectively over there. I'm tired of people conflating aesthetics and art. Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm not terribly interested. Like, you could have the best AI generated paintings or whatever. I'm not terribly interested in them. You know, like I don't care if they're really pretty to look at if they're devoid of content. Had a terrible week. I'd very much like a hug. Oh, I'm sorry, little Morphine Annie. So was that Digital saying they can fix Mass Effect Andromeda by throwing optimization out the window and exploding any GPU that wasn't made in the last year? Kind of, yeah. Or essentially saying if we had Mass Effect Andromeda, we could run this AI through its engine and make everything look better. And we've been going now for 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, again, do all the things and consider dropping some subs and donos, because those are what keep me alive, folks. Also, my head feels like it's filled with bees. Good times for me. I'm definitely getting sick. I can feel it. I can feel the illness. Oh no. There's a lot of saber rattling in the Magic the Gathering community because Hasbro tried to use tons of AI art for the new D&D supplements and nobody wants it for Magic the Gathering cards. Yeah, good. Good. Yes, Michael R. Hassler, your subs and donos literally keep me alive because I make content for you guys full time. Baby. Well, yeah, art made by humans is good because humans make mistakes. Yeah, but also because humans have intent. Humans have intent in the way that, like, AI does not. Here's a band-aid for your brain bees. Thank you, Cross Crescent Creed. I appreciate it. Unless that band-aid is meant to aid the bees, in which case, how dare you betray me? Hey, Killjoy40k. I've arrived in GG chat. Normally I am an imp, but YouTube recommended your vids, so I've been checking out your vids recently. Well, I'm glad. I assume that because you're on the GG, you've been enjoying the vids, so I hope they've been good. Would you like a video about how old pixel art looked better on CRTs? I would, but I can't. I don't have the bandwidth to go over it today, unfortunately. Killjoy 40k is a real one? Hell yeah, we love real ones. I'm Also, I just want to say I've been really glad that people have been finding my channel due to the increased video output. So I'm really glad about that. That's been something I've struggled with for a while, is converting live streams into like video segments. And Entrama used to be my main editor, but he, for a variety of reasons, he had to stop doing that. So it's basically just been me now. And I'm glad that the effort I'm putting in is bringing y'all in here. The pixel art community disparaging CRT filters, wanting the pixels to be crisp seems a bit silly to me. Yeah, I believe there are other ways to get pixels crisp, but I'm not familiar with like all of that discourse. You're doing some good clips? Hell yeah. I need to spend like another day editing videos and getting thumbnails together. Found you from a YouTube recommendation after going through many videos of people just dunking on Hassan's bad foreign policy takes. Yeah. It was his foreign policy takes are legendarily bad. I just it's frustrating as a fellow leftist. So I think I saw a video that kind of made how AI art fails at subtext in art. Like I think they did a biblical painting, and they pointed out how the biblical painting.
Can I offer you an orange name in these trying times?
Aw.
BWA.
Paladin Lost, thank you for gifting Killjoy a sub. That's very kind of you. Big BWA energy. Did a biblical painting, had an insane amount of subtext, while the AI version was just colors and noise in the shape of giant biblical imagery. Yeah. And that's exactly what I mean. Like, the intent behind AI generation just isn't there, because all it's doing is kind of collating data without any kind of vision or intent or need to communicate. You know, like art is kind of born out of the desperation of our isolated minds to communicate with one another, you know, across this vast sea of like elements and flesh, you know, we're all strange islands to one another, and all we can do is pass along messages in bottles and hope that other people understand. And art is one of the ways to do that, in a way that touches people differently than just talking, you know? And that's what's so beautiful about art. Even bad art, you know, like even if you look at like the art children make, right? The intent and the meaning that they put into that art is beautiful. You know, you can complain about it maybe on a technical level if you want to be a real asshole. But like the intent in like a child's finger painting is more beautiful than like anything an AI can do on its own, you know? My son makes scribbles, but every stroke is deliberate. Yeah, you know, like look at Tommy. Yeah, I want to see an AI make Tommy Wiseau's The Room. Oh God. I'm not at my other computer. Otherwise, I'd play the Dennis Prager garbage sound clip. Oh God, we need to get that on the soundboard too. Yeah, no AI is making a Neil Breen style film. True. All right, chat. Are you guys ready for more bad video game takes? Cross Crescent Creed, thank you for the $20 dono. That is incredibly generous. I very much appreciate it. Y'all helping me pay rent and put food on my table, and it just blows me away that you guys keep supporting me. So thank you so much. But also, I deeply apologize for the pain that I have to inflict on all y'all. It's not fair, but you know, what are you gonna do? So remember the other day, I told you guys that I came across a Sydney Watson video. Specifically, I came across this Sydney Watson video from this tweet. Now, we've talked about Sydney Watson before, specifically because she made an argument against like women using contraception, and we like completely deconstructed that video. But this one she put out just a couple days ago. Female game developers make everything ugly. And the headline here is she looks literally just like them. And it's true. She looks like every single face on here. She looks exactly like the characters. And I thought this was an edit at first, but I went and checked her channel, and lo and behold, this video and the thumbnail actually exist. So we're gonna watch this video. We're gonna dive into her argument, specifically about how women in the game industry are making everything ugly. She changed it? Did she really? Wait, did she really? No, she didn't. It's still there. The thumbnail's the same. Here we go.
Why do they always ruin all the things I like?
Girl, why do they? Girl, have you seen yourself?
What do you call the world's snellest antelope with the trots? A shit dick. I am a mature adult. BWA.
Thank you for the $10 dono. The legend of shit dick. We'll never forget him. I'm sure he'll continue to come back for quite some time. Spreading joy and shitty dicks to all. Now, anyway. Sydney Watson, right, is an interesting case study here because she lacks all self-awareness, right? She opens this video like, why do they ruin everything I like? And it's just like, the they you're talking about are just women. You're just asking why women ruin everything you like, and girl, you are a woman. You're a WOMS. Maybe you're the one ruining everything you like, if your thesis is correct. Jack, I didn't lie. I mean, I don't know what to tell you when I literally just went to the channel and the thumbnail was the same.
Why do they always ruin all the things I like?
Maybe you're the one ruining the things you like.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to Hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by...
Welcome back to Hell. And hell is one of your own making.
Foom. Now,
oh yeah, I forgot. She's sponsored by a company whose premise is you should inhale essential oils. I forgot about this. Yeah, chat. In case any of you were wondering, no, you shouldn't inhale essential oils. It's not good for you. It's actually quite bad. Don't put essential oils into your vaporizer and then inhale them. Don't do that.
I think it's pretty well established at this point that society has experienced a major shift in what it considers beautiful and attractive in the last number of years. And
yeah. Fume is basically like a vaporizer, but for essential oils, and it's claim is that it's a healthy way to stop smoking,
No, I'm not just talking
which
about
it is not.
makeup and clothing. I'm also talking about whatever the hell it is that Gen Z is doing. I don't often venture onto their part of the internet, but when I do, this shift in attractiveness is happening all over the place.
I'm so confused by the youth. This is literally, we're less than a minute in and she's already doing like, old man yells at cloud, I don't understand the youth. Like, girl, maybe seek to understand or just shut the fuck up. You either can try to understand or you can just accept that you don't and move on.
Media,
So Lizelle being in the thumbnail is dumb because Lizelle is literally based on the VA's face, but with features that match the Gith ancestry. Well, yeah, like, I need to be clear, from the start, everything she's about to say is incredibly stupid.
Entertainment, film, and television, but one of the areas that people seem to talk about the most is video games. I actually started writing this video with the intention of covering this whole topic in its totality, but I very quickly realized there was a lot to it, so I've broken it up and consider this video number 1 with video number 2 and maybe more than that coming. I don't know, probably just 1 and 2. That's enough, I think. Now, about a month ago, The Gamer published an article titled, "Stop Using Mods to Make Female Characters Prettier." The article explains that after the release of the game Baldur's Gate 3, several mods were created to make female characters in the game more attractive. Specifically, Lae'zel, or however this is pronounced, and Shadowheart. Lae'zel pronunciation.
Man, I love how she's talking about this and has so little knowledge about the game. She's opening up the video about that she doesn't know how to talk about the character she includes in the thumbnail.
Yeah, sure. Right. Help me, internet.
Another one. My friend's blood not enough.
Who writes these names, bro? The author makes the argument that if people need to make female characters into the perfect woman, then they don't view these characters as a whole, but as commodities. The writer then goes on to say that if female characters need to meet impossible beauty standards in order for players to connect with them, then their value is only skin deep. Funnily enough, we've actually seen a ton of criticism around the appearances of several female protagonists, not only in the last number of years, but also in the last.
Can we get subs? I don't know what the question. I don't know what that question is.
Several months. Some notable examples are Aloy from Horizon Forbidden West, Mortal Kombat's Tanya, and Fable's new lead.
Wait, what? Sorry, I missed the thesis of what she was talking about here.
Of criticism around the appearances of several female protagonists, not only in the last number with them, then their value is only skin deep. Funnily enough, we've actually seen a ton of criticism around the appearances of several female protagonists, not only in the last number of years, but also in the last several months.
So the issue is the mods make the armor skimpy and increase booba. It really has nothing to do with their face in Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, like, also, I don't mind skimpy armor or more booba in games. That's fine. That you know, my controversial opinion is I like playing games with hot ladies in them, but also I find a wide variety of women hot and don't feel the need to go and mod hotter women into my game. I do like clothing though, and I would very much like more clothing options in like Baldur's Gate or like Cyberpunk 2077, but that's just because I'm a shoe guy. I love shoes, and I love like fashion building around outfits. That wasn't the right string of words, but I'm also sick and very tired.
Some notable examples are Aloy from Horizon Forbidden West, Mortal Kombat's Tanya, and Fable's new lead heroine, whose name I don't know, because although I looked on the internet didn't tell me, and then I just got sick of looking for it, and now
that's because the game isn't out yet, and no one knows what the protagonist's name yet.
Now we're gonna call her Mrs. Magoo. Even if you do a very basic...
Oh, no, there's definitely a mod that removes Lae'zel's Githyanki facial features. Okay. Well, that would suck.
online search about this topic, you will find countless articles and forums discussing why female characters are getting progressively uglier and uglier. People are apparently not a fan of this. At all. What I think is interesting is that the deliberate desexualization of female characters in video games has been happening already for some time. Over the years, more and more...
Okay, but like the framing of this is already off to a bad start because the claim, oh, it's a deliberate desexualization, but they're fictional characters, Sydney. They don't have an inherent sexy or not sexy quality to them. You know, they're fictional. They're not real. So they can look however the game developers want them to look. Now, you might say, well, video game characters back in my day used to be way sexier. Okay, but like, why? You should ask why. Because the answer to that is to appeal to like horny teenage boys. And if you look at the demographics of who buys video games these days, you'll notice that it's not just horny teenage boys who buy video games anymore. It's people of all ages and also women. And maybe every video game doesn't need to be trying to appeal to horny teenage boys and can instead try to appeal to different demographics of people.
More criticism has been thrown at video game creators, with particular groups demanding women be treated less like fun dolls and more like actual people. There's been some success with that.
By the way, I can't wait for the heel turn here where she's like, video games shouldn't treat women like real people.
To be completely honest, but it seems like in this quest to undo the hypersexualization in video games, devs have taken things way too far in the opposite direction. To the point where people are beginning to think that female characters are being made deliberately uglier to not only appeal to a wider audience, but also just generally appear more realistic. And
Yeah. On both accounts, that would be accurate. Yes. These products made by companies are being designed to appeal to even more people because the audience is bigger now. I told you this is where it was gonna go. Broader appeal and more realistic characters, but where am I gonna go to see hot, big, booble ladies being objectified? Except every porn site ever. Literally every porn. You want to see video game ladies like objectified and over heavily sexualized? I guarantee, just type that character's name into like Pornhub.
as a gamer myself, I find all of this very interesting. So that
as a gamer yourself, and you could not be bothered to play Baldur's Gate 3, the biggest video game release of the year? Curious.
That's what we're going to talk about today. The uglification of female characters in video games, and why this might be happening. And obviously...
Just want to remind you guys, this is the thumbnail of the video, where she looks exactly the same as the characters she's criticizing as ugly.
All of my normal disclaimers here. This video is by no means exhaustive. This will be covering a series of my personal opinions and theories about the topic, but if you want more information, there is a plethora of YouTube videos and articles and commentary and all sorts of things about this very topic that you can go and look at whenever you want. Now, with all of that being said, you know what isn't ugly? You quitting your bad habit, which is why today's video
is why you should inhale essential oils from this off-brand vape. You should inhale them. It's good for you.
By Foom. Maintaining your bad habit can often be...
I'm just gonna let this play because I know we did this last time we covered a Sydney Watson video, but I feel like we should cover this just because she's genuinely sincere about hawking a product where, again, the premise is you inhale essential oils.
Expensive. Especially right now as we're living through mass inflation. Please, spare some change. Not to mention, breaking that bad habit is hard. And at this point, you're tired of hearing everyone's annoying, unsolicited advice. Yes, I'm dressed up as a cow. And no, I don't understand how the peanut butter is going to help. But what if I told you it doesn't have to be miserable, weird, and expensive? Because now you have Foom. Foom is this nifty little device that serves as an alternative to any hand-to-mouth habit. Foom is not a vape, so instead of heating up harmful chemicals for you to inhale, it uses flavored air. It also comes with an adjustable airflow dial and is designed with moving parts and magnets so that your fingers have something to do. Perfect for...
Oh, sorry. It's not a vaporizer. That's my bad. I misremembered the product. That's on me. However, you also just shouldn't inhale things that aren't air. Just as an FYI, public service announcement here. This is from 2022 from the journal Toxicol Science. It talks about Foom here, actually. Many of these inhaled essential oil devices utilize suggestive marketing techniques that certain products are a safer alternative to vaping, use super plants to help quitting smoking naturally, are a healthier, cleaner product to provide a sense of well-being, and alter your respiratory diet. Specifically, black pepper, peppermint, and lavender flavors are marketed as an aid to reduce nicotine cravings, improve breathing, and calm pain associated with nicotine and tobacco cessation. Although there is some limited evidence that flavoring compounds in essential oils may have benefits for nicotine cessation, there has been minimal investigation into the validity of essential oils use and the reduction of subjective ratings of nicotine craving claims. Specifically, the two studies found in the extant literature are extremely limited in scope, evaluated only short-term subjective symptoms, no respiratory endpoints were included, and the effects on long-term nicotine cessation were not evaluated. And, let's see here. There's a broad range of literature suggesting that flavoring compounds like black pepper, cinnamon, vanilla, lemon/lime, mint, fir/pine, and eucalyptus contribute to airway toxicity, specifically impaired respiratory immune cell function, cytotoxicity, and increases in oxidative stress. Furthermore, room-diffused essential oils, including lavender, eucalyptus, and tea tree, have also been previously found to release known hazardous chemicals, such as terpenes, toluene, and benzene, which can cause respiratory symptoms including breathlessness and respiratory hyperresponsiveness in people with and without asthma. Lavender and tea tree oils may also act as endocrine-disrupting compounds, disrupting hormonal homeostasis. Finally, allergic sensitization is also a common side effect of dermal use of essential oils, including around the mouth, which would be a point of contact for these types of devices. The primary benefits of aromatherapy have been shown with inhalation at very low doses, like through room-based diffusers, candles, etc. Thus, inhalation of large doses of flavoring compounds included in essential oils may result in toxicity, which manifests in misfunctioning immune cells, epithelial inflammation, and altered mucus production, effectively compromising the ability of the lung to protect the body from inhalational hazards and pathogens. But anyway, I'm sure they're fine.
Or de-stressing.
They're not. Please don't buy them.
While you break your bad habit. And remember that flavored air I mentioned? Well, Foom has a range of flavors for you to try, including 3 new ones: orange vanilla, raspberry lemon, and sparkling grapefruit. This one's yummy. You just pop your preferred core in and you're ready to go. So
Yes.
if you too want a yummy way of breaking your bad habits,
Yes, you need the flavored suffocation juice.
then click the link in the description or go to tryfoom.com/Sydney or scan the QR code on screen. And don't forget to use code Sydney for 10% off when you try a journey pack.
Oh yeah, Darkstar Mike, if you're eating like weed gummies, like you're already off to such a better start. Like weed gummies, I would say pretty healthy for you.
In 2019, a woman called Jacqueline Pavlat gave a TED Talk titled "Where Are Her Clothes?" An analysis of women in video games. During her discussion, Pavlat tried to illustrate her primary argument, that women in video games are scantily clad for no good reason, their armor in battle games is lacking compared to their male counterparts, and developers should be trying to make these female characters more realistic and relatable.
Which, by the way, is an argument that has not been made since 2019. This is an argument that has been around for like 30 years at this point.
Only a month earlier, a similar TED Talk had been given about the voices of female characters in video games. The speaker said that she had studied several popular game franchises and determined that the vocalizations of female characters were limited to 3 primary tropes. The victim, where women cry out in pain or sadness, the sexy witch who will kick your butt, and the
I am very fond of the sexy witch who will kick your butt. I do have a weakness for that, I admit it.
girly girl who is forced to fight. All of this, she concludes, is not very inspiring, and just like Pavlat in her TED Talk, makes the argument that these tropes are not great for female representation.
With some exceptions, these are the main options. And they're, once again, not very inspiring. We have weakness, we have horror, we have sexuality. And that's it. Those are the options for being a female character. Representation matters. We've heard this a lot, but I'm going to repeat it again. Representation matters. To see and to hear ourselves on screen humanizes us to ourselves, and it humanizes us to others.
Funnily enough, these arguments go all the way back to 1996, when
I mean, they predate Tomb Raider. Let's be honest about that.
the action-adventure game Tomb Raider first hit shelves around the world. It featured gun-wielding protagonist Lara Croft.
It featured Lara Croft killing innocent puppos who were minding their own business. Lara Croft, dog killer.
A female archaeologist tasked with fighting enemies and solving puzzles in her quest to find a precious artifact. The game was a huge success, marking Lara Croft as one of the most recognizable characters in the gaming world. It also sparked the beginning of the Tomb Raider franchise, giving us more games and films and, of course, plenty of arguing over Lara Croft's overall depiction and sexualization in the original game and those that came after. When Lara...
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, it ignores Night Trap, but, like, I would argue our discussions about, like, women and the portrayal of women in video games, like, they go way back, even before Night Trap.
Lara Croft first appeared on the scene, she was criticized for her impossibly tiny waist and large breasts. Some users actually created game patches made for the express purpose of removing her clothes. Past video games in the 1980s and early 90s were not advanced enough to really sexualize characters. Although female protagonists...
Are you fucking kidding me? They made porn games back then. Okay, again, this is born out of just pure ignorance. Like, there were video games like Custer's Revenge, which had players raping indigenous women. It was a really bad time, generally. But these games existed. Porn games existed. Leisure Suit Larry is a game franchise entirely about a guy trying to get laid by sexy ladies. There were so many games involving, like, sexy ladies. oh god, what was like 1 second. I mean, like one of the ways that you could see this, by the way, is in the marketing of a lot of video games, right? So one of the examples here. Can I open the image up? I would like to open the image up in a. No? Okay, whatever. We'll just throw it up on screen here. So one of the examples would be like Gauntlet. Gauntlet came out on like the Nintendo, like original Nintendo, right? Let's just take a look real quick at the cover art for Gauntlet. It's a muscular dude, very muscular dude, very much He-Man style dude. And then there's the sexy lady in boob armor. Now, you might be like, well, obviously the barely dressed dude is there to appeal to women. And the answer to that is no, actually. No, that character is not there and depicted that way to appeal to women. That character is there and depicted that way to appeal to young boys as a power fantasy. That is explicitly what marketing teams at the time would have known and literally argued for decades. The woman is not there as a for young girls to look up to as a power fantasy. This girl is here and dressed this way and depicted this way to also appeal to the male, the fantasies of young boys. This is predominantly how video games were marketed for, like, the first, from the 1980s through probably 1970s, even like late 70s through like the early 2000s. Like, you can literally find video game ads from the early 2000s that were in like magazines that have implied orgasm, trying to relate like video games to orgasms. Like, it's crazy. Specifically male orgasms. Yeah. So all I'm trying to say here is that she's very wrong.
Protagonists were uncommon. Those that existed were fully clothed or wearing weird space armor, I guess. But all
the entire subversive point of Metroid was that people at the time, because Samus Aran wasn't being portrayed in a sexy way, automatically assumed that she was a man. The built-in assumption of her not being sexualized was that she was a man.
All of this changed with the advancement of graphics and technology, and after the popularity of 1996's Tomb Raider, despite the game's character model still being fairly primitive, there was concern that it would signal to developers that hypersexualized female characters were a way to bolster sales and make a mark on the industry. After all, the majority of gamers were and still are.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Here would be a perfect example. A perfect example, right? This is 100%, this is how video games are marketed in the 90s. Just in case you didn't notice, there's a beautiful naked woman on this page. When you've got Sega Saturn's triple 32-bit processing power, nothing else matters. This is an advertisement to interest young boys. She showed Rampage, where you literally grab a woman out of a building while showering King Kong style. You grab her out of a building while she's showering, King Kong style. She's literally showed in-game with sexualized characters. Yeah. Oh, it's oh yeah, I can see okay, yeah, it's a 2-page spread. Oh my god, dude.
are boys and men. And we know that all of you,
Wait.
majority, were a way to bolster signal to developers that hypersexualized female characters were a way to bolster sales and make a mark on the industry. After all, the majority of gamers were and still are boys and men. And we know that all—
Wait, that's not true. The majority of gamers were boys and men because the marketing predominantly was geared towards boys and men. But if you bothered to actually look into this topic, which, you know, I happened to be a video game journalist for like a decade, video games initially started out as something that were seen as like a boy and girl activity. Because during kind of the birth of software itself was viewed as kind of a feminine thing. And over time got, because women were the original software designers, it was viewed as a feminine thing to design software, and it was viewed as a masculine thing to design the hardware. But over time, more and more men got into coding and writing software, and this in turn resulted in a shift in the industry around the 1980s, during which marketing shifted to focusing on video games being a boy thing, because now boys were the majority of people becoming programmers. And so what ended up happening was that the marketing of these products in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s portrayed video games as a boy thing, and girls stopped playing video games as much. That because of like the social impact of the advertising, and because, like, frankly, the games themselves were not geared towards girls. And that's pretty obvious from the marketing and from the content of the games themselves. You know? And then, if you looked at the data from today, you would know that the majority of people who play video games now are women. Let me just pull that up. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, well, also, I guess it depends on on what you're talking about. So, it depends on which subsection of gaming. Overall, it seems to be about evenly split, but there are some video game systems or video game genres where the majority of players are women. So, for example, this year, data came out that shows the majority of people who own the Nintendo Switch are women. The majority of people who own and play the Nintendo Switch are women. 54% of people who play mobile games are women. Half of PC gamers are women. And 52% of people who own the Nintendo Switch are women. So again, this is ridiculousness that she just is showing her ass, that she does not know what she's talking about. And the worst part is her audience is not going to care, because what she's doing is feeding a pre-built narrative to her audience that already believes these things and won't bother to check.
all of you still ooga booga at heart, even if some of you try to hide it. It's okay. Sort of. Now, by the 2000s, the conversation surrounding the hypersexualization of female characters and whether or not they existed solely as a male fantasy became a widely debated issue in the gaming world. One that has seemingly come to a head today, as demonstrated by our aforementioned TED Talks. And it seems that, in an effort to correct the perceived objectification of female characters, the pendulum has swung too far in the opposite direction. rather than simply toning down the sexualized nature of these characters, which has already been happening for...
By the way, it is very rich that she's arguing this while showing footage from, like, Mortal Kombat, and this character still exists in Mortal Kombat and is still scantily dressed. So, you know, it's a little bit undermines the point here.
On the sexualized nature of these characters, which has already been happening for the last number of years, some feel that Western developers and designers have gone the extra mile and deliberately made these characters progressively less and less attractive. I mean, obviously...
Also, are you really trying to argue that Aloy isn't attractive? Like, really? I'm pretty sure if I looked up Aloy on Rule 34 right now, she would have one of the most results.
Attraction is subjective, but... So if this uglification...
The game this character is from isn't even out yet. Like, you're just like... Ugh. Oh, how dare this character that we haven't even seen what her journey is yet.
And information and writings and opinions relating to the sexualization of female characters, but when it comes to this particular topic, what might be guiding game developers and graphic designers and so on and so forth, there's very little in the way of...
I think there's unironically an article about them removing the jiggle physics in the Mario RPG from one of the bosses. That's pretty funny.
Qualitative information. So in the interest of accuracy, I just want to make note of the fact that the majority of the things that I have to say in this video are my personal observations and theories.
My personal observation and theory is that you need to take better care of your hair because it is tattered, my girl.
Nothing concrete, unfortunately. Except
I mean, it's pretty rich that you're complaining and also wrong about the video game topic that you're talking about, and you're complaining about all these characters being ugly, and your hair is just gnarled as fuck.
Are my personal observations and theories. Nothing concrete, unfortunately.
I mean, like, look at that. You know you're going on camera.
Except my desire to see the resurrection of babe characters with amazing...
Also, like, you're putting together, like, a video with, like, forethought and planning in it. I at least have the excuse that I go on camera every weeknight and make, like, 10 hours of content every night.
Grip strength. Not like that, you weirdos. Now, first and foremost, I do think there is something to be said about the integration of...
Oh, Aloy has 30 pages of images on Rule 34. Okay, cool.
More women in the gaming industry as both developers and designers. And to be clear, I do not bring this up to suggest that all women in these industries operate the same way or to tar them with the same brush, but what I'd like to do is hypothesize some of the psychology that might be driving some of these game developers.
I mean, you could just see what they say.
1989, about 30% of the video game industry was female, with the majority of those women holding low-ranking positions.
Man, it's pretty convenient that you just started in 1989 and you didn't look back at the history of that was prior to that. You know, like the history, say, 10 to 20 years prior to that would give you even more context into how everything you're about to say is bullshit.
Only 3% were actual developers. Today, this number has jumped to about 30% worldwide, with a further 8% saying they're non-binary or two-spirit or trans, which is honestly just like, case closed. This answers everything. But the sex of developers...
How? Could you maybe elaborate on that argument? Even a little? No? Oh, no, you can't elaborate on that. Well, okay, well, here's another part for you. Trans women have been making video games since the beginning of video games. That's just true. You can look into that. Trans women were making arcade games back in the day. It's true. She thinks all trans women are people who just want to make video game characters ugly. But see, that doesn't even make sense, Sam and Moose, because we all know trans women are just horny all the time and want all the women in video games to be hot. Anyway, moving on.
Developers alone does little to explain why they might be giving us unappealing female characters. After all, we have to assume that women would likely want to see other attractive women, right?
Wrong! Some women do not want that, and some men pretend not to want that. This is why we can't have nice things.
It's
This is only accurate if you think that the only reason to have a human being on screen at any given time is to sexually titillate the viewer, which, judging again by your appearance, you do not believe that. You genuinely don't believe what you just said, given how you are presenting yourself in this video. Also, I need to use the bathroom because I've just been filled passively with so much bullshit from this video. I need to go shit it out into the proper receptacle. I'll be right back.
say, Bowser?
Tipster, thank you so much for the raid. And Fox Link Hightower, good evening to you as well. Hello, Tipster and friends. We're in the middle of a video that is making me quite angry. Had to go take a rage dump. You know, like you do. Hey, trans girl Jade, how you doing? If I seem a bit low energy and like I'm stumbling over my words a little bit, that would be because I am sick and I am so goddamn tired. He told me you are part of the Cummer Nation. It's true. I have been known to come. Time and time again. Anyway, we're going over a Sydney Watson video where she... Now for a bit of context for Raiders, I was a video game journalist for like 8 to 10 years, and so I know a thing or two about video games and their history, and this Sydney Watson video is about video games and their history, except it's all wrong, and it's making me angry. Tipster made you an honorary Coomer tonight. We're getting ready to raid you, and the first thing we hear was, all trans women are horny, and we all want the women. True. Here we go.
And some men pretend not to want that. This is why we can't have nice things.
It's worth remembering that we are all a product of our time. Female developers in the 80s and 90s were not only a completely different generation, being baby boomers and Gen Xers, but they also grew up largely with different technology and different messaging around attractiveness and beauty. Games were so basic at the time that, like I mentioned, there really wasn't a lot of room to sexualize anything. There were some significant limitations on what could and couldn't be produced, and likely what people were prepared to produce. Today's developers are...
Again, there were porn games at the time. There were porn games. There were games entirely built around men wanting to have sex and trying to find women to have sex with them. Again, this is not even difficult to find information.
Are millennials and Gen Z, generations who were exposed to the body shaming of the 2000s that deemed women like Jessica Simpson, Tyra Banks, and America Ferrera fat. In the 2000s, women were subjected to fairly specific representations of what was attractive and what was not. Most of us were exposed to movies and television shows like Bridget Jones's Diary, Love Actually, and Sex and the City that routinely referred to pretty normal-looking women as chunky or plus-sized.
Not to mention, society was becoming increasingly comfortable with the hypersexualization of practically everything. And I have to imagine, at least to some extent, that video games were a representation of these societal standards. Like,
video games to a degree were, but also were in a very different way, like kind of supercharged, specifically because they were designed primarily to appeal to teenage boys. Because that was the marketing ethos of the time. Like, this is just kind of where we're at. And frankly, we're still in a time where literally any woman existing on the internet is still going to be called fat, regardless of what their actual weight is, regardless of like whether they're healthy or unhealthy. Like they're still gonna be called fat. For goodness sake, men are saying like what's her face who played Barbie is fat. Like there are people who claim any woman is just fat, and that's ridiculous, obviously.
Like, yes, all of those things, very bad. But one of the most shameful things we did during this period of time was put too many clothes on top of other clothes. Like, I don't know why Lizzie McGuire is over here wearing 5 shirts. Screw diet culture.
What? She's wearing 2 shirts? If she was just wearing the one shirt, she would either have a bare chest because it's see-through, or she would just be wearing a tank top. Like, which, by the way, it's a school. It's a show set in a high school, where if you just, again, in the 90s and early 2000s, if you wore spaghetti strap as a shirt, you would be sent home. She's doing it because she's a high school student who would get sent home. Like what? This isn't a mystery. You can just look or remember the time, I guess.
Like, I don't know why Lizzie McGuire is over here wearing 5 shirts.
Like, chat, you guys have seen me. I have shirts that are see-through, and I wear something under those shirts. This isn't a mystery.
Screw diet culture. Curb your spending habits. The early 2000s was a cursed era for many young women and men.
Wait, I'm gonna unban. Okay. There we go. I don't know, Jakar612. I don't know why Nightbot smacked you.
And it set the stage for the pushback that would roll around a short time later in the mid-2010s as the body positivity movement picked up some serious steam. All of this seemed to have culminated in the intense desire to see what many considered normal women in media and entertainment. No more waif-thin supermodels, but everyday relatable women and girls. And then this gave way, I guess, to whatever the hell we're looking at and seeing and being exposed to today with fat acceptance and all this type of stuff, and I hate
Sydney, you would be called fat under the standards you're advocating for here. Like that. What are you talking about? You're not Kate Moss, okay? And no one should be. Kate Moss was like freakishly thin and clearly someone who needed to eat more food. Like, come on now.
it here. And also, just to be clear, this period of time
Nightbot is very upset at you for some reason, Jakar.
didn't exclusively shame women's bodies. It definitely did that to men as well. But I think a core component to this conversation is that men and women perceive that shaming completely differently, which we'll come back to a little later. Now, with all of this in mind, a population of body traumatized young men and women went on to enter the creative fields. And I think it's clear from media and entertainment today that a portion of these people were invested in the promotion of not only normal bodies, but their bodies. I think this is important to note because there is something about this group of people.
But like, are you just arguing that, like, fat people shouldn't exist in games? Because, like, the push for including fat people in video games was fueled by the realization that really the only time, like, fat or overweight women were in a video game was to make fun of them for being fat or overweight. Like, there was I think a game called Cake Princess, where the entire premise was that you had to, like, move knights around in order to carry an obese woman around to eat cake. Like that was the premise of the game. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Fat Princess, sorry. Fat Princess, a fistful of cake. Thank you very knifey duck. Yeah, it was literally called Fat Princess. It was actually worse than I was imagining. Yeah. And that was like, you know, like you could have fat men in games. This was kind of the double standard, right? Like you could have fat men in games. Like Mario's a chubby little guy. Wario is one of the most beloved characters of all time, and he's a chonky man. But you know, that's still fine. He's still cool as hell. He drives a motorcycle. Roadhog is cool. You know, you had characters from Street Fighter who were chunky men. You know, like you had cool characters of all kinds of weight in the rosters of legendary male characters. You didn't have that in E Honda. That's who I was trying to think of. But you didn't have that for women. And honestly, frankly, still don't have that for women in video games.
People, that means they want to see themselves and their social initiatives reflected in media. Not to mention, reportedly over 40% of
Hell
gamers
yeah.
are female today, so there seems to be a strong emphasis.
Again, I don't know where she's getting this information, because if you Google like percentage of women who play games, it's about 50%.
Placed on making media that appeals to them.
To us.
Although, you know, I probably should say that I don't know what kind of gamers these statistics are including in their analysis and whatnot, but I do have
Oh, is she gonna pull mobile gamers aren't real gamers? Is she gonna like try to be that elitist when she hasn't even played Baldur's Gate?
to say that, you know, maybe this is including things like The Sims, and if you play The Sims, you're not a gamer.
Why? Explain why. Oh, yeah. You're not a gamer if you play this one game. Why?
Fight me. Yeah, you Sims.
Oh, well, you know what? You're not a gamer because you didn't play Baldur's Gate 3, and you included one of the characters from it in the thumbnail for this video. You're not a real gamer either. Look, we can play that too. Wow, you haven't played Baldur's Gate 3? Not a real gamer. It's just arbitrary gatekeeping, you know? Like, again, if you play The Sims, if you play Animal Crossing, if you play mobile games, you're still a gamer. The reason she's trying to discount The Sims is because The Sims is considered a more feminine game, and she knows that would tilt her statistics that she's trying to quote.
People, I am talking directly to you, into your face. Yeah. Now, couple all of this with a few decades.
Oh, okay. She didn't even really make an argument for why. She just is saying things. You know, kind of the way that, like, I can just say, her hairline is deeply weird and seems to be, like, just selectively bald up on the top. And it's really not a great look for her, frankly, the way her hair is parted, and she should probably improve it somehow. I don't know. Frankly, the honestly, God is, you know, God having these womanly characteristics is making everything ugly these days, and Sydney Watson is evidence as to why and how.
Decades of intense criticism towards hypersexualized, scantily clad female characters, and it kind of makes sense why there's this intense desire to remove these perceived sexist tropes from media. And this seems to have resulted in a few things. For starters, many new characters have been designed to meet realistic beauty standards, and existing characters have been downgraded to be less sexualized and overall less sexually appealing.
Sometimes these changes are actually executed well, as in the case of Lara Croft. She's been given more clothes and her body has been adapted to look more normal, but she's still very attractive. Just to be clear there. The same really can't be said for characters like Aloy from Horizon.
Yes, Aloy.
The same really.
No one considers Aloy attractive. Like, like literally, you can Google Aloy is hot. Why does Aloy have to be hot? Why is Aloy so beautiful? Aloy is so hot. Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn might be the sexiest character. Do you think Aloy was designed to be hot? Maybe let's stop debating the attractiveness of Aloy. Is Aloy the hottest female video game protagonist ever? Is Aloy the hottest female video game protagonist ever? Dude. God.
Can't be said for characters like Aloy from Horizon Forbidden West and several Mortal Kombat characters. When Horizon Forbidden West
Oh, I'm sorry. Were there not enough sexy characters in Mortal Kombat? For you? I I don't know what to tell you guys.
West was first teased in 2021, the game's main character Aloy was immediately criticized for her new physical appearance. Many people felt that she looked, overall, less appealing. And personally, having played both Horizon games, this is an assessment that I agree with, although I would say that, like, no one in those games is particularly attractive. But it's hard to put...
Yeah, it's almost like they live in a post-apocalyptic robot hellscape. And don't have time for, like, skincare.
A finger on why that is exactly. In an attempt to defend her new appearance, the usual suspects jumped in to argue that makeup doesn't exist in a post-apocalyptic world, she lives in a hot climate, which is why she's blotchy, and even that she's eating more food now, that she's beaten the machines in the first game. I'm not kidding, that is a real thing that people have said, and I don't know what I'm doing here anymore.
Claims to be a real gamer, doesn't care about video game lore. Wow. 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 It just seems to be like, oh god. Sims isn't a game, why not? Who can say, Foxlink Hightower? Wait, I thought she was quoting a misguided view, not that it was her own. Nope. This entire thing is her view. Her view is that video games have been made deliberately less sexy to cater to the liberal SJW snowflake cuck agenda.
Regardless, it's clear that someone made a decision to change her appearance when there was no meaningful reason to do so, and honestly...
Why is chat so behind? Oh, Strawberry System, if you want to be in the on-screen chat, you have to go to riverboat.gg. Sorry. That's where the on-screen chat is, if anyone of you would like to come over here.
Not enough time had passed in the game world between games 1 and 2. It had been about 6 months. I don't know why she looks so different. They also...
Well, it could also be that, you know, Horizon Zero Dawn was made on a different generation of console, and Forbidden West came out on next-gen consoles, and they had increased ability to render character models, which you would know since you played both of them, allegedly.
Also gave her a single same-sex love interest in the game's DLC, and
that's pretty cool.
That makes me think that maybe they made her ugly on purpose so that she could be a Where's the lie? Sydney, please!
As we all know, lesbians are ugly. which is why men fetishize lesbians and can't leave them alone. It's because they're so ugly, right? It's because lesbians are just ugly, and that's why men constantly want to fuck them. Sure.
Combat 1 also experienced similar treatment. The recent release of the game's trailer sparked a tremendous amount of criticism with relation to several characters, most notably Tanya, and the criticism came from two fronts. One, it was noted that Tanya's previous appearance had been scrapped. Her otherworldly features that made her quite beautiful were gone, and she looks nothing like her earlier depictions. And two, the actress on which she is based is very beautiful, and the two now look nothing alike. This, of course, raised a bunch of eyebrows. Why use an extremely beautiful woman if you have no intention of depicting her actual appearance? Something really interesting to consider here.
Yes. Why use CGI when you could just use a person? Why would they use a video game, like a CGI model inside of a video game, instead of just doing an FMV capture? Incredible stuff.
There is a prevailing attitude in some radical feminist communities that basically says that in order to defy beauty...
Also, like... She still looks good? Like, I'm genuinely baffled about this response.
Expectations and standards, you have to actively abandon them. Now, obviously, I don't know.
Yeah, she's basically trying to be anti-Anita Sarkeesian.
People who work in the gaming industry consider themselves radical feminists, but I think it's plausible that at least a portion of them do. And if these developers and designers are trying to apply their personal social justice or intersectional framework to the creations they're working on, it makes sense why existing female characters are being made progressively less and less attractive. Again, the position...
Why do we care about these random Twitter posts that you shared? Are those people in the video game industry? Or are they not? You hid their info, so presumably they're not. They're just saying things that you don't like, I guess. But I mean, everyone can find something they don't like on social media, so how is this at all representative of like a wider trend? And if it was, couldn't you have shown more than like one tweet interaction?
Here and the idea behind this is that women must actively uglify themselves in order to demonstrate their commitment to female liberation.
Oh! That's why she looks this way in this video. It makes so much more sense now. Sydney Watson in this video is fighting the good fight for female liberation. That makes so much more sense. And also, this is her way of coming out as a lesbian. Oh, it makes so much more sense now, chat. Or she's full of bullshit. You know, one of those.
So this might explain why it feels like we've gone from one extreme to the other. These characters are either beautiful and hypersexualized, or they look like the new Fable character, and nobody can explain why. And sadly...
Look, lady, the new Fable game isn't even out, and given that they've announced new Fable games like 5 times over the last decade, and then those games never came out, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess this one's not gonna come out either, and if it does, it's going to be substantially different from the... I mean, it's not really a trailer. There's not any game to speak of yet, so... Yeah, it's a single frame from a trailer of a game that isn't even out yet and might never come out.
Similar to the point I made in my Disney Princesses video, this binary leaves us with very few options in between. Alongside this is the idea that a woman...
Oh, and Aloy's character model is based on this lady, who looks exactly like her, but with makeup on, and blonde hair. literally just complaining about the fact that real women exist and are in video, like, are the basis of video game characters, instead of, like, I don't know, the wank-off material of teenage boys.
Women can't simultaneously be beautiful and strong or feminine and independent. And that underscores
Which is crazy, by the way, that they're trying to say that, and, like, then showing, like, beautiful, strong women in the video of modern games. Like, I don't know where you're getting this from.
the subtext that surrounds this debate. A female character, a woman, can't be strong and powerful while also subscribing to standards that are viewed as oppressive. You guys might think that
You just showed Elizabeth from BioShock Infinite, one of the most conventionally attractive characters of, like, the last decade. And she literally had the power to rip apart the entire universe? Sorry, multiverse? Like, what are you talking about?
subscribing to standards that are viewed as oppressive. You guys might think that I am lying about this as an ideology, but a radical feminist once told me to my face that wearing high heels is a tool of the patriarchy.
Damn, that's crazy that one person told you something one time and you're taking that as gospel for an entire industry that makes billions upon billions of dollars by appealing to the vast majority of Earth's population. But, you know, one person told you something one time that was completely unrelated to video games, so...
I was like, lady, I'm 5'11". If I wear high heels and then stand in a room full of average-sized men, I am the patriarchy. Anyway.
She's not beating the lesbian allegations.
This was an attitude that I came into contact with again and again while researching for this video. The need for realism and the inability to suspend disbelief when it comes to
Patriarchy is when tall. As we all know, before the women's liberation movement, all women were at least a foot shorter. It's true. It's true. No woman was taller than the smallest man.
To hot, skilled, badass female characters. I think it's fair to say that both men and women approach and perceive realism and fantasy.
You know, men used to wear high heels in, like, the 1600s, so honestly, women now wearing high heels is a real symptom of the patriarchy. Women can only get ahead by wearing high heels, the original footwear of men. Like, come on. You're using an argument like that to, like, basically justify your entire view of a multi-billion-dollar industry.
To see very differently. While I was researching for this video, I listened to several female speakers and read countless articles and studies that mention the same
Did you? Because your timeline for video games went back to 1989, which is woefully incomplete. And also, a lot of your sources came from, like, 2019 and 2018, and this discussion has been going on for, like, 40 years. I don't think you actually read countless articles.
Thing over and over again.
Because, you know, if you did, it's weird that you wouldn't include them in your video. You know?
Women want to see realistic depictions of female characters.
Dead Domain. This is the holy grail of someone not knowing anything about the industry talking about them.
One 2021 article stated, female players are constantly fed...
Oh, sorry. Nightbot will also slap people aggressively in YouTube chat, sorry.
Unrealistic body proportions, outfits, and armor. It can be
And also in Twitch chat. Why? Why, Nightbot?
Difficult to become truly immersed in a video game world where you don't feel respected or welcome. Most of these articles focus specifically on female characters, and there isn't much mention when it comes to men, despite the fact that male characters are still subject to the same standards when it...
Again, male characters dressed like this are not there to appeal to women. generally speaking, the reason men are displayed like this in video games is to appeal to men. Either the gays or the male gaze. Boom. See what I did there?
When it comes to unrealistic body proportions and outfits. Even the article I referenced at the beginning of this video admits that this double standard exists, acknowledging that mods exist across plenty of games that make men shirtless.
I guess that men don't really care about that because I'm like 98% sure that most men enjoy seeing other men shirtless. I go to
Yes. Yes. Literally, the history of men being shirtless in video games is because they exist as male power fantasies of what it would be like to have big, strong muscles and beat things up. That's the Conan the Barbarian fantasy fulfillment that they are designed to fulfill. Yes.
go to the gym too, guys. I see whose muscles you're checking out, and it's typically not us. At least I'm coming after everyone equally today.
Another writer, again in 2021, also expressed sadness around the attractiveness of female characters, writing, "We should be saddened every time controversies over the relative attractiveness of female characters arise. We saw how out of hand things got last year in reaction to The Last of Us Part 2 having female protagonists who didn't have typically feminine bodies. The reality is that women, and more broadly people, come in every shape and size, and they are under no obligation to beautify themselves to appease strangers. We deserve the option to consume media that reflects that."
True.
This writer is referencing controversy surrounding The Last of Us Part 2's character Abby, who is muscular and probably not one that a lot of people would consider feminine. Abby did produce a lot of negative feedback, but this likely could be attributed more to the fact that The Last of Us Part 2 did an enormous disservice to the first game, made her character kill another beloved character, and then force players to play as her for the rest of the story. So with that said, while Abby is not stereotypically attractive, people disliked her for a host of additional reasons. And as far as
I think a lot of people were upset because she was a big muscle lady and hella gay.
real representations go, I think it's fair to say here that your average woman absolutely doesn't look like this. It's not to say that a designer can't create an Abby-like character because so few—
Well, your average woman also doesn't look like a waifishly thin model. Your average woman actually is much closer to looking like an Abby.
Women like this exist out in the world, but if the point is to represent normal body types, even this isn't normal. And I suppose that's part of—
By the way, just... We...
Not to say that a designer can't create an Abby-like character because so few
Video
women like
games,
this
Jack.
exist out in the world, but if the point is to represent normal body types, even this isn't normal. And I suppose—
No, why?
types, even this isn't—
This is so much closer to normal. What are you talking about? It's literally just a woman with defined biceps. What are you talking about? Like, literally I can just Google woman with biceps. Oh look. Women with biceps and muscles. That's crazy. That's wild, dog. Bitch looks like literally everyone else in this thumbnail.
normal. And I suppose that's part of the issue with the representation of females in games. We're still not being given normal women, and to be fair, how could we possibly?
Yeah. How dare there be a fantasy woman who looks different. I can't, dude. We're still not being given normal woman. See, look at all of these non-normal women. You're showing us an actual alien as an example from a game you admitted you haven't played. Why do all of these monster girls not look like normal humans? I just don't understand. It's so clear she wasn't paying attention to games around 2010 where women like Beatrice in Dante's Inferno and Jen in Splatterhouse were the norm. Well, that Dead Domain, and also she looked dead into the camera and said that The Sims doesn't count as a video game. So it really tells you where she's coming from.
Nothing about gaming is realistic or normal. And don't get me wrong, this isn't a bad thing. The ability to play as a highly skilled, extremely attractive person is part of the enjoyment of these games. For some, it offers a level of escapism. Things don't always have to be realistic or make sense. And for whatever reason, devs and designers seem...
That's crazy. Things don't always have to be realistic or make sense. But maybe they could sometimes. You know, maybe things could sometimes be realistic and make sense. Like, you know, having realistic body types in a video game that's trying to be grounded in realism. Really makes you think.
Seem to find this rationale perfectly acceptable when it comes to male characters, many of whom are also sexualized, unclothed, and extremely unrealistic as far as...
Yeah, but again, if you had read countless articles on this, you would know that, again, these characters are designed to appeal to men and male power fantasies, not to women. They aren't sexualized in the way that, like, appeals to women. Like, I don't get the impression that Sydney Watson is looking at this guy and just being like, oh my god, my clit is so hard, I want him so bad. Like, I don't think that's happening.
As their bodies and appearances go. Even male players themselves are fine with this, given that these characters are potentially a fantasy of what men want to be.
It's not just potentially, that's the intent of their design, yeah. You can actually look at the history of, like, advertisers for games and also game designers themselves talking about this specific thing.
Strong, often handsome, armed to the teeth, and skilled in all sorts of combat situations. They are something to aspire to, and therefore, the user experience is more enjoyable because these are...
I can't believe that for an example of what to put over, like, things to aspire to, she put the scene from Resident Evil 5 where Chris Redfield punches a boulder into a volcano. Are you kidding me?
Characters that men can actually emulate. And not only that, but I think men are better with escapism and fantasy in general. Obviously, we don't really know why that is. Chalk it up to men are from Mars and women are from Venus.
Yeah, men. Famously more into escapist fantasies than women. Don't ever look up the most popular fiction genres for women, I guess.
Or something. One last thing that I would like to note before I round out this video and finish it off is that in my travels of the internet, when I was reading the comments of other gamers, I noticed that some of them called out the double standard that exists when it comes to ugly male characters. There are a lot of them, and how people are very unfazed by this. While this observation is definitely true, I think this can be chalked up overall to the fact that there are just more male characters in any and all video games. This means that there are greater opportunities for all different sorts of characters.
Maybe there should be more women characters in things. And that way, you can have your overly sexualized female characters, and also there still be room for there to be, like, an overweight woman in a video game without you shitting your pants.
not to mention the fact that we interpret male and female attractiveness in different ways. So given the fact that we have so few female protagonists, when one is made ugly, whether she existed previously or is a new creation, we notice. We can't help but notice.
Also, again, her example of a character being made ugly when previously they were attractive was Aloy, and literally the ugliness was just a higher definition character model because it's for a different console generation. I mean, come on now. Come on. There are men out there in their basements complaining about Laura Croft being made unsexy because she doesn't have the huge polygon breasts that she used to have.
With that said too, I don't deny that this means that there is a lack of range for these female characters. But I am—
Then what, you're acknowledging the problem that you've been railing against for the entire video. I acknowledge there's a lack of range. The lack of range was the thing all of the developers are advocating to change. They aren't saying there's no room for sexy ladies, just that not every character needs to be a sexy lady. Goodness gracious. Yo, you're being real weird in YouTube chat. The vast majority of us like real beauty, not fat, not les, not scrawny. We like healthy mothering bodies. I'm sorry, dude. If you're out in public and you're looking around and you're like, ah, yes, a healthy mothering body. I mean, that's a you problem, dude.
I'm probably not the woman to ask because personally, I am totally fine.
You might want to bring that up. Might want to bring that up in therapy, my guy.
Playing as very attractive gaming characters who are just really good at climbing walls. I like the badass boss babes. I think they're pretty great. And
that is pretty cool. And clearly you still enjoyed Horizon because you played that game.
Like other entertainment mediums, this is one of the areas where I don't need things to be realistic for it to be enjoyable. Finally, while I understand—
So you need the women characters to be sexy in order for it to be enjoyable, though? Like you on top of needing like cool gameplay like fighting and taming robots in Horizon Zero Dawn, you also need to be looking at Aloy and being like, God, she's so fucking hot. I mean, that also seems deeply weird. I don't know. I don't need Keanu Reeves to be really hot. You know, like I'm not particularly attracted to John McClane, but Die Hard still slaps.
And appreciate the desire to tone down some of the hypersexuality in video games, I also don't think that the quest for realism is necessary.
Oh, Scotty Crippen, I see you're presenting as fucking dickbag today. How you doing?
In the end, I think it undermines what makes games so fun and exciting in the first place. Our ability to disconnect and experience something that we don't get in our everyday lives. Now, before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out Foom using the link in the description, or
just a reminder to inhale these cancerous devices.
Scanning the QR code on screen, and they can help you start your habit-breaking journey today. Now, I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Are video game characters, particularly female ones, actually getting more unattractive? Do you think that this is deliberate? Do you think that it's not happening and people are blowing this way out of proportion? What do you make of some of the criticisms and arguments surrounding this topic, like the Fable heroine or Aloy or
Rome-type men, not guys? You know that Rome-type men, like, were fucking other dudes all the time, right? By the way, the stupid AI video earlier made me mad and I can't even see. Ah, Garrett Klein, I'm sorry. Can I get mod on YouTube? Sure. Yeah, that AI video was infuriating on a number of different levels. But I will say that this Sydney Watson video gave it a run for its money, you know? Like the abject ignorance on the topic, like the weirdly just arrogance of the presentation on top of just her being very hateful in general. I don't know. Plus the hawking of like a cancer-causing device. It's all pretty bad, pretty disgusting. Yeah, anyway, Sydney Watson's full of shit. Congratulations, we made it through another Sydney Watson video and learned very little to nothing. Mostly, if you made it through that entire video, you made it. You're smarter because of the things I told you, which are actually true. That was painful. It was terrible. I smoothed your brains successfully. Men want muscle and pleasant, not aggressive, pretty women. Most women want the same. You're right. Most women do want muscle and pleasant, non-aggressive, pretty women. That's true. Most women do want that. Thanks, Jack. My brain is now smoother than those AI-generated video game character faces. What was the message of that shit video? The message was that there is likely a sinister conspiracy of SJWs turning video game women ugly in order to push an agenda of fat acceptance, I guess, and ugly acceptance, and ruining video games in general. That was the message. Holy fuck. Chat, we've now been streaming for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, consider dropping some subs or donos, because that was pure suffering. And I can only present you this pure suffering at a certain rate of speed and time. And if I don't have the money, I will surely perish. You gave me the ugly? No. Sydney Watson gave you the ugly. She clearly had it, and it was contagious. Speaking of, I'm coming down with the ugly. Oh boy. Being sick and very tired, not a good combo with streaming. Average healthy women, not fat. Yo, I can guarantee you, with the attitude you got, you are not finding a average healthy woman. Okay? They're gonna stay away from you with like a 6-foot pole. Any woman you find is gonna be a real harpy, the kind that like blasts your Xbox for not paying enough attention to her. I think Sydney is trying to Americanize an Australian accent. There's an uncanny valley as hell. Yeah. You're not the ugly, you're pretty, the very pretty. I am extraordinarily tired, and I did not do my makeup today. Fuck. I'm sick and packing for the move tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry, Stadman. You sound pretty? Oh, Garrett Klein, thank you. I appreciate that immensely. How were my chats timed out, but this stuff gets by? Well, Jakar, now that you're over on riverboat.gg, you should be safe. We have an automated bot on YouTube and Twitch, and we just have good moderation over on the site. You're right, the muscle women want it under a layer of cushion. They don't want the rock hard unless it's to protect them. Dude. Pretty voice Jack. Pretty voice Jack. That's what I get for doing voiceovers. Cushion. Oddly a really cute way of spelling cushion. Still need to know if this pick me or anti-feminist bullshit so I can have the correct amount of brain rot. Oh, Midnight Null Night. This was anti-feminist for sure. The last Sydney Watson video we went over was about how birth control will kill you. So, and why it's bad and why you should stop using birth control. I want a boy who can construct a sentence. Men used to know how to build. Men used to know how to build things. Like sentences. To completion. By the way, I got to hire my company's first trans lady. She's a very good engineer. Hell yeah, Paladin Lost. Congratulations. Yeah, very knifey duck. Salmon Moose is a real gem. Healthy body type, not fat, or unhealthy women or men, mentally or physically. Indeed. That makes sense. Yeah. Let's really think about that one. You're a silly goose. I can't find it in my heart to be upset at you. Yeah, I'm mentally fat. We used to be a real country, a thick country. Oh, my goodness. Well, this is your alert. Hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream. We need to pump these numbers up. We got rookie numbers on the stream likes, okay? Absolute rookie numbers. Only 42 likes. We need to pump those numbers up. We got to get at least 8 more. We need to make sure that more fine folks like you and Scotty Crippen get in here, okay? Because that means we're winning. Oh, glitchy. No shot. No shot. Just keep pumping those numbers up, chat. Hell yeah. And also consider dropping some subs or donos because that is what keeps me alive. Also, it is indeed Friday.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Hey, 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 let's go, let's go, what, hey, hey, hey.
Happy Friday, everybody. Made it through another week. H.R. Johnson, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're just chilling. We're chilling and grilling over here. How you doing? Hey, Ellipses. Team with friends. Welcome, folks. Howdy, howdy, howdy. And do you think we can get some subs or donos here, chat, before we continue on? I'm obligated to remind you to watch Over the Garden Wall once per stream until you do. I'm sorry, it must be done. One Hand Wonder. I'll see if I can get that done. I said, who is on? And Ellipsis said to come see you. Well, H.R. Johnson, I appreciate it. And I'll check your content out when I'm offline. I still have not seen Everything Everywhere yet either. I'm sorry. Sorry, Jack, I'm a broke bish as usual. That's okay. I'm mostly just trying to guilt those sweet, sweet Oilers. Ellipses, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate all biddies, big and small. Gamers don't play video games, they just yell at them until the next one comes out. No, that's from Software Games. You're a bad media critic? Why? Because I don't watch the media in the first place? I mean, I'll accept that. Google ancient fertility statue and see why men have lived thick for all time. True. Oh, God. Aw, is mine big or small? Yours is just right. Why am I a mod on YouTube? I don't know. I think at one point we needed a mod on YouTube and you volunteered. You were given that responsibility, that power. It's psychological. Women want money and protection and power. Men want what we want. Mothering bodies. Dude. Yep. Yep, as we all know, women famously can't have money, the ability to protect themselves, or power. You know, that's not those aren't things women can have. If a woman were to assemble all three of those, money, protection, and power, they would simply be a lesbian. My dude, welcome, Raiders. How we doing? Hello, Raiders. How you doing? How was stream? Today I'm streaming from the mannequin basement. And I am very sleepy and I'm a little sick. But welcome, folks. Hope you had a great time over on my dude's stream. And what'd you all talk about? To be fair, I'm pretty much a lesbian. That's fair. So am I. I'm technically bisexual, but I gotta be honest, there are a lot of men like you in the world, and, well, frankly, they suck and they treat women very poorly. And, I'm not terribly interested in, men who treat women poorly. The true force of lesbianism. It's a 90-10 split for me. Yeah, that's fair. Men like short women? Oh, women cannot be taller than men. We learned that earlier. Just not interested in humans that treat other humans poorly? Fair. Though, to be fair, I am interested in women who will treat me poorly under certain circumstances. Teehee. I've been taller than every guy I've dated. Hell yeah, Kovarik. Hey, young black economist, how you doing? Also, folks, you should go give my dude a follow and give young black economist a follow, and consider giving H.R. Johnson a follow. I haven't checked out H.R. Johnson's content, but they seem like a good bean. HR does some awesome arty things. Ooh, I can't wait to check it out. I'm good? Hell yeah. Alright, well guys, do you want to check out the segment of stream that I prepared today to go over X? Because X has found itself, the site formerly known as Twitter, has found itself, frankly, in a bit of a pickle. You see, they've decided to roll out a new ad format that Elon Musk seemingly decided on a whim. And this new ad format is effectively removing the metadata from posting links on Twitter. And instead, all that's left is a still image, the header image without the article title or anything like that, and just like a small URL that indicates it is in fact an embedded article. And it turns out that this was done for some interesting reasons. So Matt Binder over here noted Twitter is serving users a new ad format that can't be blocked or reported. The ads aren't even actual X posts and aren't connected to any X accounts. They do not disclose that they are ads. It appears that ads are connected to clickbait ad networks. So X rolls out new ad format that can't be reported or blocked. And here are a couple examples, which is just, not an account, and then a still image that links to somewhere else, right? This seems unbelievable, but it happens in Dubai every day. Or, if you suffer from ringing ears, tinnitus, you're going to love this recent breakthrough. And apparently the recent breakthrough is just pouring baby oil directly into your ear. And while I'm not a doctor, I can't in good conscience recommend that any of you do this. Your main takeaway from this is don't pour baby oil into your ear. And also, this ad format is really weird. And also probably illegal, because you see, as far as I know, the FCC requires advertisements to disclose that they are advertisements. And there is nothing indicating that these are advertisements. which in turn means that they are very, 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 very likely in violation of the law. So I guess we can expect the valuation of Twitter to go down as soon as those lawsuits come to the forefront. And honestly, the vast majority of the ads that seem to be taking advantage of this are from like shady clickbait sites that are willing to do the shady stuff. And this seems like a desperate ploy by Elon Musk to try and claw back revenue. Because as we know, apparently Twitter has gone from a valuation of around $44 billion, and it's gone all the way down to $8 billion in the span of Elon's tenure running Twitter. It's down so much. And on top of that, to really hammer home how bad Twitter is doing, Elon Musk brought on a woman named Linda Yaccarino to serve as CEO and kind of be a more presentable face for the company in juxtaposition with Elon, right? Because Elon is kind of seen as like a volatile person who is a risk to the the revenue streams of Twitter. And he recognized that and brought on Linda Yaccarino. And so Linda has been doing a press circuit recently to try and salvage the reputation of Twitter as a place advertisers can run ads. And as part of that, she made a comment about how, they had returning advertisers, because a lot of advertisers left Twitter as a platform and vowed not to return. But she's talking about how, well, these advertisers are that left, they're coming back. They're returning advertisers. One of those that she talked about was Visa. Visa's a returning advertiser, which sounds, pretty important. Like, Visa is a huge company. Their return to advertising on Twitter would be huge, obviously. Except you have to take into account the very, very important caveat that when it comes to Visa, which Yaccarino cited as an example of a returning advertiser, has spent just $10 in the past 12 weeks. $10, which can be compared against what they previously paid before Musk took over Twitter, which was $77,500 over the course of 12 weeks. So their returning advertiser, who used to spend $77,500 every 12 weeks, is spending $10. I don't even, like, what even is that fraction? What even is that fraction, dude? One 7,000th? like, come on. That's wild. That's just wild. And very deeply funny. And then we have one more thing, and this, I think this came out relatively recently, as in, like, today.
I can advertise on riverboat.gg for more than Visa paid to advertise on Twitter for the last 12 weeks.
Matatiahu, thank you for the $11 dono, and everyone should buy Matatiahu's merchandise. I can guarantee you will be extraordinarily gruntled with it. Now, we have one more story about the woes of X. It turns out that Elon Musk hired a man named Michael Benz after the Trump administration left office, and Michael Benz formerly worked for the Trump State Department. And it turns out that Michael Benz, and by the way, was very influential within the State Department. His work was cited during congressional hearings. He was a known quantity. And it seems as if, it seems as if Michael Benz has had Elon Musk's ear for a while now. It turns out that Michael Benz may have been a secret white nationalist the entire time. I know that's shocking. I know, it's crazy. But according to this this NBC exclusive, Michael Benz, a conservative crusader against online censorship, appears to have a secret history as an alt-right persona. Frame Game, the pseudonym of an alt-right internet personality, hid his face while pushing racist conspiracy theories. Inadvertent slips revealed details about his identity. And, yeah, it turns out he's a white nationalist. The pseudonym Frame Game posted videos and participated in podcasts and live streams during the rise of the alt-right following Donald Trump's election. Frame Game avoided showing his face in his videos or appearances, during which he pushed a variety of far-right narratives, including Great Replacement Theory, that posits the white race is being eradicated in America for politics and profits. In others, Frame Game said he was a white identitarian, which is another way of saying white nationalist, railed against the idea of diversity, and made montages urging white viewers to unite under the banner of race. In interviews with white nationalists, Frame Game blamed Jews for controlling the media and for the decline of the white race. Yeah, he's also a Nazi. Like, it's not, and I know that usually goes hand in hand, but like, just to clarify, yeah, nah, he's a Nazi. Blamed Jews for the decline of the white race, saying, if you were to remove the Jewish influence on the West, white people would not face the threat of white genocide that they currently do. Yeah. He stopped posting in 2018, and it turns out that they were able to figure out who he was. And he made several inadvertent slips during live streams, in which he would often visit web pages and toggle between browser tabs, betraying his anonymity. In one video, Frame Game brought up a website that automatically pulled a Facebook profile picture into its comments section. The picture appeared to be Ben's with his then wife. And you know what? It does turn out that when you're a white nationalist, you go through wives. Oh, goodness. Oh, also you're not friends with any of the ABC people. If you're saying ABC people, you're not those people's friend. You're just waiting to stab them in the back. And as soon as you reveal your thoughts on ABC people to them, they'll hate you because you have hateful ideas. But the good news for you is that you can choose not to have hateful beliefs. You can choose not to be a terrible person. And I hope that one day you do make that choice. Anyway, a lot of this article is about how they figured out who Frame Game was. Yeah, here we go. Beyond the censorship debate, Benz has posted videos alleging a variety of shadowy doings in line with broader far-right paranoia around many hot-button issues. One video connecting criticism of Musk to a conspiracy theory around Ukraine and global energy markets was reposted by Musk, who added, "interesting perspective," which is now just kind of the shorthand Elon has for promoting, white nationalism. My goodness, dude. Oh, in the same 2017 blog, Frame Game railed against the censorship of his channel and of alt-right ideas. Frame Game specifically mentioned Reddit banning the alt-right community and quarantining a pro-Donald Trump community, Facebook's fact-checking efforts, and Twitter's Trust and Safety Council, and its consultation with the, quote, Jewish Censorship Squad Anti-Defamation League. Which, you'll note that, Elon Musk has been curiously railing against recently. Interesting indeed, in the words of one man. We got more, let's just search here. Ben's also connected through Twitter Spaces with Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, two of the people whom Elon Musk had tapped to report out the so-called Twitter files. In March, Schellenberger appeared on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast and explained the importance of Benz to the Twitter files reporting, misstating his credentials as the head of cyber at the State Department, a senior guy named Mike Benz. It was hard to understand, Schellenberger said of Benz's research, which draws far-reaching links between disinformation researchers, Twitter employees, and state intelligence agencies, suggesting a wider conspiracy. You have to really go through it in a packet. I used a bunch of it in my testimony. I talked to him. I interviewed him a lot. Which, again, basically, guys, Mike Benz was a white... to clarify what happened here, Mike Benz was a white nationalist neo-Nazi who was running and funneling information to the people who wrote the Twitter files expose and who convinced Elon Musk to make Twitter ever shittier and more friendly to white nationalists, who influenced Elon into being scared and angry at the Anti-Defamation League. Like, it should be deeply worrying that these conservative weasels have managed to worm their way into the ears of some of the most influential and powerful people on the planet and convince them to spread their propaganda. Benz has gotten the attention of Elon Musk as well. The billionaire owner of the X platform has publicly replied to some of Benz's posts on the platform. Benz at one point tweeted about how the leader of X's team meant to deal with disinformation and election integrity, claiming they were trying to rig election discourse on X. That person and others on the team were later fired, with Musk posting that the team was undermining election integrity. Yeah. Benz amassed 99,000 followers on X and has been featured in scores of interviews with Fox News, OANN, Real America's Voice, and the Epoch Times. Again, if you are someone who trusts the Epoch Times, you should not. So, Twitter's in a bad way and probably going to get sued into oblivion soon. Did you see the article that suggests the whole Twitter thing was a pre-written plan? I'm not sure how real it is yet. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't really feel inclined to talk about it just because I'm not sure how real it is yet. I know that there's speculation now that essentially Elon Musk is tanking the company deliberately to get leverage with banks. I don't know how real that is. Yeah, it's I would need to know a whole lot more essentially on that one. When tech bros say you are being too racist, you know you are off the fucking chain. That's why what I always say about accounts getting banned on Reddit, especially for anti-Semitism and racism. Yeah. What's ABC people? Oh, ABC. Someone in the YouTube chat was talking about queer people. You know, the ABC people. They were being like homophobic, transphobic, etc. Whew. I am tired. Thought they meant government agents. Could also be a government agents, but I have absolutely frankly they were too incoherent to even really completely understand. Go EP. Young Black Economist, thank you for making the jump over to riverboat.gg. Yeah, I was thinking the Alphabet Mafia. That's what I was thinking. Well, chat, we've been going for 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Have we managed to break 50 likes on the stream? Let's find out. And the answer is no. We're still 6 shy. So if you're over on YouTube, pick up the slack, people. Hit the like button, you goobers. We got 50. There are 51 of you. 6 of you can hit the like button, you silly gooses. Late Reader, thank you for resubscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. There's a chance they're talking about the Australian national broadcaster, which runs the hottest 100 music thing every year. Maybe? I genuinely have no idea. I was only trolling on YouTube. I didn't like it. Hey, you licked it. Ooh. Oh my goodness. I didn't know you liked the stream in that way. There we go. We got 54 likes. Okay, good job, YouTube. You guys did it. Good job. You came through. Thank you. Because when you like the stream, it both boosts the stream in the algorithm, but also just the general channel in the algorithm. So when you guys hit the like button, it genuinely does help. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying the show and you're already subscribed, consider dropping some donos or subs because and subscribe for free. I'm really tired. I've been trying real hard to hold it together. I wanted to play video games so badly tonight, and I did not. Maybe I'll be able to do that tomorrow. I love you all. My brain has hit the point where I'm shutting down. Consider dropping some subs or donos, and we're going to raid into Casafel VT. Have a good eep. I'm gonna try. Good night, young black economist. And I'll be back on Monday, or if I might be back on the weekend for a fun video game stream. We'll see how that all goes. Bye, friends. Boop, 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 boop. Hope you enjoyed your stay.